Hello and good morning. Happy Monday. I'm alternate juror. Thank you for joining me today. Hope you are all doing well and your week is starting off great. Better than a Monday should. I have zero baby update, so I also have zero baby here. Thanks, Gabby. It's hot. It's hot and humid and gross, but thank you. I want the human too. I don't even have an update from the doctor. So today's your day, Gabby. Today is your day. I have zero update from her. I expect she will pop in maybe and give us an update, uh, or text me, one or the other. Thanks, George. Wonder Woman. Well, I don't know about that part, but thanks. All right. As you can tell by the thumbnail, we are going to go to Judge Boyd's court. This took place last week while we were doing the Andres Tarnava trial. I have found some information on that. I need to look into it a little bit more. I think what I kind of found and was able to glance at, apparently we may have had that judge, which I really liked. I would like to see him again instead of Judge Mesa, because it looks like he filed two lawsuits that included her as in them. So that may be why she had to excuse herself. But I thought that judge said that she would be back for sentencing, which seems kind of maybe not. maybe shouldn't do that. But I'll keep looking at it, and I need to find out when he's going to be sentenced because they didn't tell us. So when I find that out, when we do his sentencing, then I will have all that information put together. But today, what we are going to start watching is it's very sad and a lot of dumb decisions made by really young people that destroyed lives. So this happened in February of 2022. Then the defendant, Oscar Martinez III, was 19. The other, he's not like a co-defendant or anything. I don't know exactly what his status is. So there was Oscar Martinez, 19, Joshua Mejia. I think I'm saying his last name wrong. I don't know. He was then 17. Then you had Christopher Mejia. That's how they're saying it, I think. Joshua's brother, who was 14 at the time. There's Juan, also a brother, who I think they're saying is 14 at the time, and Jeremy, which is also a brother of Joshua. I don't have an age for him at this moment. They all met up with this guy named Jerry Ortiz, 17 at the time. They were going to do a deal. Jerry was an illegal substance dealer, and they were going to get some marijuana. I don't know if Jerry is going to buy from him. The stories, every article that I have read is very confusing. So anyway, they meet up in a convenience store parking lot. Oscar, Joshua, and his three brothers are all in a SUV. Joshua is driving. Oscar's in the passenger seat, and you have the other brothers in the back. Jerry Ortiz says that when he approached the SUV, that they pointed a weapon at him and robbed him, was trying to rob him. So apparently, I guess he gave the drugs back and then gave them his shoes. And at that point, for some reason, Christopher Mejia jumped out of the SUV and came around with his weapon. Jerry Ortiz had a weapon. Jerry Ortiz fired his weapon. He hit Christopher Mejia, unaliving him, and a stray bullet then hit. I'm not sure how to say this guy's last name. He was in his house, um, fixing himself some lunch. He was 66 years old. Enrique, um, I'm not going to try to say his last name because I'm going to absolutely butcher it. Anyway, he was struck by a stray bullet and he also passed away. Oscar Martinez was there. Oscar Martinez never fired anything from any weapon, but he was there. When he was arrested and the other three were also arrested, they were all charged with capital unaliving. That was eventually reduced to just unaliving. We're going to find out here that Jerry Ortiz, who was charged with capital unaliving, that was also reduced. We're going to hear from him. And there's one other minor witness that we're going to hear from. His last name is Porter, and I haven't fit him in here yet because I haven't listened to the testimony. I just listened to opening statements because I needed to get an idea of what was going on. So anyway, big waste of their lives for I don't know what. But yeah, George, talk about the potential to throw away your life. They did. They did it. Absolutely. It's sad. It's really, really sad because just a lot of bad choices that were made unnecessarily. The first thing, though, we're going to watch is a very short clip of Judge Boyd being Judge Boyd. If you could tell by the look on her face, she's not happy. And you're going to find out in just a second why she's not happy. And I smiled watching every time I watched this because I don't know what this dude was thinking. I just don't know. And he just keeps talking and she's just not happy. So, all right, here we go. He'll cross the screen here in just a second. There he is.
All right.
Extend under the clock. I think we're hoping to do a plea of Mr. Venegas.
Oh, you all can, well, here's the thing. I told everybody to be here at 9,
Okay, and the plea paperwork's all done.
and I don't know why people were not here at 9 when I said we were starting jury trial at 10. Now everybody is acting as though this is very important to them, but everybody should have been here at 9 because we're starting a trial at 10.
Understood. Is there a possibility we can do the plea or be?
Oh, it'll be done today. It may not be done it may not be done now, but it'll be done today. All right.
I think all the paperwork is there,
Mhm.
as I understand.
All right. Michael.
Did you hear her go when he goes, I think all the paperwork is there? She goes, mm-hmm. Get out. Get out is what she's, and then she's just like, Michael, whatever, to come up. Oh yeah, I love everything back there is amazing. Yeah, she's got a ton of flowers. Yeah, that guy, he said it was really hard to understand, but right when he walked up, he said, I think we got here right under the clock. And she was just like, no. Well, the paperwork's done, so you'll get it done sometime today, but it isn't going to be right now. I loved it. I had a dream last night that I sent her a message, sent her an email or letter or whatever it was, I don't know, telling her how much we enjoyed watching her and, that we refer to her as the, the Boyd Dome. And I said, love your flowers, your purse, like everything. The only thing that we don't like is you don't ever show us the videos. And that is true to in this one too. The first witness is going to go over his body cam footage, which we don't need to see. I will tell you that. But then they play the video from all the cameras that were around the area of the convenience store. We don't get to see or even hear that. So when Jerry Ortiz testifies, because I was trying to figure out what he was doing, because there was nothing, there was no, when I'm going through and getting timestamps, I can see the closed captions move, and there was nothing going on. Well, he's looking at the video. So that's the one criticism I have of Judge Boyd. Not that she cares, but I wish that she would show the video. Gabby, this one isn't like when we watched Jose Ruiz, where we could go back, like go to the other channel and have the angle from the other way. This one wasn't, I think it was just on her feed. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Not saying that it's not. I could be wrong. It does happen. Don't tell my husband that though. Gosh, okay. Yeah. Judge McBurney's court is crazy. It's always scary watching that. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. The only criticism I have of McBurney is I wish Judge Wolf does it like almost perfect. You can see his TV, his monitors, whatever he's playing, the body cam footage or whatever, that camera's right on there. It's not tilted like McBurney's is, where you kind of you don't have a good angle on it. So they need to learn from Judge Wolf. Alrighty, they're going to read the indictment, and then the state will do opening. The defense will do their opening, and we'll get the first witnesses. The first 4 witnesses are pretty quick. It's 3 officers, and I don't know if I can tell the last one what he was. I've never seen a witness carry their backpack into court, so I don't know what he was, paramedic or another officer. But nonetheless, let's get going.
All right, state.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized, impaneled, and sworn as such at the May term AD 2022 of the 399th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1. On or about the 21st day of February 2022, Oscar Martinez III did then and there commit or attempt to commit the felony offense of robbery, and while in the course of, or in furtherance of, or in immediate flight from the commission or the attempted commission of this offense, Oscar Martinez III did then and there commit or attempt to commit an act.
Bree, we are all waiting for the update. Today's Gabby's day that she picked. We're all waiting. So as soon as you know something, please come back and chat and tell us, or text me and tell us, because we are all just on the edge of our seats, waiting and waiting and waiting. Yes. And as George said, you are carrying the future world leader there. All righty. Enjoy your massage. Yes. Tell the baby, Madison, let's go. All right. Sorry. She jumped in there. I had to. At what? Okay. We'll be here. We'll be here. Just waiting and waiting and waiting. Enjoy Dr. Holbert's adjustment.
clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, discharging a firearm at or in the direction of Jerry Ortiz, and thereby causing Jerry Ortiz to discharge a firearm, thereby causing the death of Enrique Bocanegra. Count two,
George,
on or about the 21st day.
the other ones, one, and because they're minors, because some of these guys are minors, you can't find a lot of information on them. So one has been sentenced. Jerry Ortiz has been sentenced. I believe Joshua Ortiz has been sentenced. And then he is, as far as I know, he's the last one to go to trial. So yeah, they're, like I said, there's going to be Jerry Ortiz. We're going to hear from him after we get through these officers, and then there's one other witness that is a minor, and I'm not sure. What I can't. His last name is Porter, but I can't find him. I can't place him. I don't. They did something because Jerry Ortiz went from capital unaliving and was. You're going to hear the defense opening say, "Oh, I'm surprised." Then all of a sudden, he was out of jail. And he doesn't come to court in custody. At least he didn't appear to be in custody. He walked through the front door. So I don't know exactly what happened there, considering it was both of his shots that did it. Yikes.
Of February 2022, Oscar Martinez III did then and there commit or attempt to commit the felony offense of robbery, and while in the course of, or in furtherance of, or in immediate flight from the commission or the attempted commission of this offense, Oscar Martinez III did then and there commit or attempt to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, discharging a firearm at or in the direction of Jerry Ortiz, and thereby causing Jerry Ortiz to discharge a firearm, thereby causing the death of Christopher Mejia. Count three, on or about the 21st day of February 2022, Oscar Martinez III, hereinafter referred to as defendant, while in the course of committing theft of property and with intent to obtain and maintain control of said property, did intentionally and knowingly threaten and place Jerry Ortiz in fear of imminent bodily injury and death, and the defendant did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, against the peace and dignity of the state.
To each of those counts, how do you plead? All right,
said not
state, do
guilty.
you have any opening statements?
So
You may
I know
proceed.
I've paused those several times, but if you were listening, they charged him with the unaliving of the guy that got hit by the stray bullet. They charged him with Christopher Mejia, his unaliving. They said he fired a weapon. He never fired his weapon. So those charges are so weird to me, but they're just saying, well, you were there. So, you know, I mean, we've seen a lot of trials like that. You were there. I'll move the closed
Christopher
captioning to
Mejia and Enrique Bocanegra never met. But on February 21st of 2022, their fates became intertwined due to the actions of Oscar Martinez that led up to their deaths. Now, on February 21st, 2022, Jerry Ortiz was 17 years old. You're going to hear from Jerry. He was a drug dealer. He had sold pot a few times. And on the morning of February 21st, He was reached out to by someone on Instagram asking to buy from him. Now, Jerry set up a time, set up a place. It was a convenience store right next to his home. If you leave his house, you look to your left, you're there. Jerry went to that store. He brought a gun with him. It was a gun that he found in a park not that long beforehand. He's 17 years old. He thought it was something cool. Thought it was something he should bring. Jerry waited out in front of that convenience store for a few minutes. And then a green Suburban pulled up. And Jerry approached it thinking, these are the people I'm selling the drugs to. This is who's going to buy from me. And when he got to that Suburban, he went to the passenger side of the vehicle, front passenger seat. The window was rolled down. Jerry saw Oscar Martinez sitting in that front passenger seat. He saw that the car was full of other kids. Jerry didn't know how many. He thought it was 5 or 6. He thought that car was full of kids. But he also saw that Oscar had a gun. A couple of those kids also had guns, and they were pointing them at Jerry. Jerry calls Oscar saying, "Give me everything you got." And Jerry complied. He gave up the drugs. He started giving up his shoes. He was handing them into that front passenger seat, right through that window. As he was giving up his shoes, Christopher Mejia exited the back of that Suburban. Christopher Mejia had a gun in his hand, and he pointed it at Jerry's chest. And a struggle began for Jerry's gun. It was in his waistband. Now, all this up to this moment is captured on surveillance video. As they start struggling, they go off of the surveillance video. Another camera down the street captures a little bit of what happens after. Jerry and Chris struggle and eventually separate, and both point their guns at one another. Jerry shoots Christopher. Chris dies very shortly thereafter. Gunfight ensues. Jerry tries to hide behind a dumpster that's right next to that convenience store, and he shoots at the car full of the kids because they're shooting at him. You're going to hear all the gunshots on the surveillance video. You're going to hear the exchange. Jerry eventually runs away. After about 10 seconds of hiding, he runs away. He runs around the convenience store. He tries running down the back alley that leads up to his house. He ditches the gun and he runs and hides. Unbeknownst to everyone that was involved in the shootout, Enrique Bocanegra was in his house, minding his own business. He wasn't involved in any of this. He was shot by a stray bullet in the chest. Despite EMS efforts, he died. That bullet did come from Jerry Ortiz's gun. Jerry killed both Christopher and Enrique. But the issue that you're going to decide is the role that Oscar played. Giving everything he got, flashing a gun, participating in this robbery. You're going to hear that the shoes that Jerry gave over were found in that car. Jerry wasn't there to sell shoes. Oscar later gave a statement to detectives at SAPD, a detective, Mark Morales. Detective Morales, his interviewing skills states, I'm not going to hide, are lacking. But he does talk to Oscar. And Oscar does say his version of events of what happened. He says, Jerry was robbing us. That's not going to be supported by the evidence. Oscar Martinez was 19. Jerry Ortiz was 17. Christopher Mejia was 14. Also inside that car, driving that car, was Joshua Mejia, Christopher's older brother, who was 17. Also inside that car was Jeremy Martinez. He's 13. He's Christopher's brother. He's not related to Oscar. Additionally, inside that car is Juan Mejia, who was 14 at the time. State is going to present evidence showing that Oscar did play a role in what led up to the deaths, that he was acting as a party of this robbery, and that Christopher's actions were together with Oscar's, that Oscar was criminally responsible. Thank you.
All right, defense?
Your proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good morning. Now you get to hear facts about the case. All right. This entire case that you're going to hear about, it was tragic, it was preventable, and it was mind-numbingly stupid on the part of the parties involved. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about right from the start. The state has charged Oscar here with murder. All right. At no time, the evidence will show Oscar never pulled the trigger at anybody. Okay. All the evidence is going to tell you that Jerry Ortiz, the drug dealer, his bullets killed Christopher Mejia. The bullets from Jerry Ortiz's gun, once again, went across the street and killed Enrique Bocanegra, an innocent 65-year-old elderly man. All the deaths came from Jerry Ortiz's gun. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the facts. And these are things that you're going to see in vivid detail because it's going to play for you the surveillance video. That there's at least two videos that kind of show the scene. In the first one, there's audio. You're going to hear in kind of frightening sound all the bullets, the firefight that goes on. Okay. This happened over there on kind of near Blanco and Mariposa, near kind of the Edison High School area. Okay. It's middle of the day. It's February. It's hot. In February, it is incredibly hot that day. Okay. People are in shorts. So middle of the afternoon, apparently Jerry Ortiz, the drug dealer, got together with on Instagram with Joshua Mejia. Okay. Joshua is going to be the driver of the Suburban that they're in. All right. Joshua is the driver. Oscar Martinez is the front passenger. All right.
What's up, Adair? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you are doing well and pickleball is going great for you. I am glad you are here.
You're going to see that in the video, front passenger window is open. It's rolled down. Okay. The back one is not. It's rolled up. In the back seat, there are 3 juveniles. Okay. Now, as the state told you, Joshua Mejia, Jeremy, Juan, and Christopher are all brothers. Okay. So the 4 of them are brothers, and Oscar is not related to them. Okay. So they're in the back seat as well. There were, cool, let me go back to the Instagram situation. There was a deal to buy marijuana. Okay. So they planned what time to show up at the convenience store. So there's a convenience store here. Okay. The truck is waiting, we can see on surveillance video, at the gas pumps. All right. Eventually, I think you can kind of, common sense tells you they're going, look, there's the guy we're going to meet. So they go and drive and come around right here. Okay. When they do, that's when Jerry Ortiz, the drug dealer, walks up to the passenger window. You're going to see that on the video. All right. What you're going to see next on that video is at a certain point, remember, Jerry Ortiz, the drug dealer, has a .40 caliber handgun on him, okay, in his waistband or somewhere around here. He's wearing a jacket, it's kind of covered up, okay. At that point, you're going to hear from the evidence that at some point Jerry Ortiz showed to the people in the Suburban that, hey, I've got a gun, kind of moving his jacket open. That is presented to him. 15-year-old Christopher Mejia is in the back passenger seat. Okay. He gets out, and you'll see this on the video, with a gun in his hand. Gets out, and there's a struggle for the gun or something. There's a struggle going on. Then the camera's here. Okay. The parties go off camera, but you can start hearing a gunfight happen. A lot of bullets are flying, okay? And eventually the Suburban moves up a little bit, okay? You'll see that. And then you'll see the result of Jerry Ortiz taking off, all right? The drug dealer takes off. What has happened at that point, you'll later
Hey,
find out,
Stormy.
is
Good morning.
that Jerry Ortiz has shot Christopher Mejia, the 15-year-old who got out of the back seat with the gun, shot him in the face. And he's dead right there, okay?
Yikes.
At the same time, across the street is 65-year-old Enrique Bocanegra in his house. Those bullets that the drug dealer shot, Jerry Ortiz shot, went across the street into the home. It's directly across, and a bullet hit Enrique Bocanegra right in the chest. He died in his home. All right. At no time will you see Oscar get out of this car prematurely. All right. There are 3 guns inside of this car, Suburban. Those are recovered a little bit later in a blue recycle bin. You know, the stuff we put our recyclables in. They were put in there. The person who put those in there was not Oscar. All right. It's either going to be Juan or Jeremy. All right. He put them, and we know that because there's a video, a Ring camera at a home over here that's showing an angle from over here. All right. So at no time is Oscar firing a gun. At no time is his fingerprints on a gun. At no time is he directing anyone to hide the guns. We'll see how the evidence plays out. I imagine the state's going to call Jerry Ortiz, the drug dealer. They're going to call him. He's made a statement. All right. We already have that written statement. We'll see what he has to say up there. You're going to find out that Jerry Ortiz, the drug dealer, was charged with capital murder. All right. He was in jail. And at a certain point, Jerry Ortiz was no longer in jail. All right. And you're going to find out once he testifies what happened to his capital murder case. Let's talk a little bit about Oscar. As the state told you, there's a Detective Morales with SAPD who was investigating the crime. As the prosecutor told you, his skills are kind of lacking, because when he talked to Oscar, he was trying to figure out who's in charge of this crime, who's doing this. And I'm going to say that the detective was kind of rushing for judgment. He was looking to say, you got to tell me what's going on. We will tell you right from the start that Oscar lied to the police from the start. All right. Oscar said, things that just fundamentally weren't true. He was scared at the time. He was like, hey, and you'll see Oscar's statement to Detective Morales. You'll see that. And at first he was covering. He's scared to death. His friend Christopher is dead. There's another man, he just heard there's another man across the street who's dead. So he's scared. And the detective is kind of berating him, and you're going to see that. And maybe, some of that is justified. Sure, there's a shooting, there's 2 people dead. You would want a police detective to try to figure out what's going on. But at the very end, Oscar is saying, well, what happened was there was a plan for that I heard at the last moment, right before we pulled up, for the driver, Joshua, and his brother killed, that they had planned to take Jerry Ortiz's marijuana. All right? Exceedingly stupid and preventable. However, this was not some part of some grand scheme that Oscar came up with. All right? So there's a lot of details we're going to go through, and we will go through each witness and go through those details. I could stand here for an hour talking to you about it. But at the end of the case, you're going to see that Oscar is guilty of being stupid. He's guilty of lying. He's guilty of bad judgment. All right. What he's not guilty of is murder. The evidence will not point to a murder. For the robbery, the aggravated robbery, you will see that evidence. It's your job to determine if the state has proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. All right. Remember, we talked about mere presence alone at the murder is not enough to be charged with murder. So you'll see from the evidence the extent of Oscar's bad judgment and how much that holds him criminally responsible. Thank you.
All right, state, call your first witness.
All right. So we'll have to hear from Jerry Ortiz about whatever happened with Jerry Ortiz and how he got out. I did find that Joshua Mejia, or however they're saying his last name, was sentenced to 20 years after pleading guilty to unaliving, and the charges against his two, I'm assuming the two brothers, juveniles, were dropped. They were lucky. Because, yeah, you know, this guy, they're trying to make him go down for it. And they all were there too. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what Jerry Ortiz has to say. Adair, George says I look like Linda Carter with my hair up in a bun. I mean, there are worse people I could remind people of, so I will take it, George.
The state calls Officer Robert Richmond.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat and lower your hand. If you'll make sure that you keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
Yes,
All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
Robert Richmond,
State.
Texas.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, and when I say state, I mean for the
Oh,
state to
sorry.
proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it happens sometimes.
First time testifying, I
Good morning, officer. Can you tell the jury, I think they can tell, but tell them what you do for a living.
I am a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you been with SAPD?
As of now, about 10 and a half years.
And are you licensed by the state as a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what are your job duties?
I answer calls for service. So anything that comes, somebody calls 911 for a theft, disturbance, car crash, burglary, or some sort of violent crime. I respond to that call and handle it.
And were you working on February 21st, 22?
I was, yes.
And were you still in patrol at that time?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
Did you respond to a call on that day?
Yes,
And did you write a report as part of your duties?
yes.
Do you have that report in front of you?
I have it in my pocket.
Oh, okay. If you need to refer to it to refresh your memory, that's all right. And what kind of call was it that you responded to on that day?
It was a shooting in progress call.
And so when you get a call like that, how do you respond?
Lights and sirens on the patrol car. So to get there as quickly as possible.
Okay, so if there's a red light, if you can safely get through it, you're going through it, right?
Yeah, we have to stop, make sure there's no traffic coming, but we can run the red light after that.
Okay, and where'd you get called out to?
It was a address on Blanco and Mariposa. It was actually, this came in, the address was at a place called Beer King, but the call when I got there was actually on the street next to it on Mariposa. On the 800 block of West Mariposa, I believe.
And is that in Bear County, Texas?
Yes,
And so were you dressed as you are today on that day?
yes, dressed in regular police uniform.
And I see you've got something on your chest there. What is that?
The body cam.
Okay. And you were wearing that on February 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what I've just marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes,
What is this?
this is the recording from my body cam from that day.
And have you watched this?
Yes, I have.
How do you know you watched it?
I have my name and the date on it.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the recording from that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer State's Exhibit 1.
Defense has no objection to state's exhibit number 1, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
Your Honor, do I have permission to publish this?
Granted.
Judge, we may want to approach quickly on this one.
Yes.
I never thought putting my hair up in a bun would be such a distraction. Hello, sir. Oh, you guys are cracking me up. This officer is cracking me up. State, Texas. When he said, what is that on your chest? Spaghetti? Oh, George. George, all I can say is I was shining the spotlight on Clyde.
And for purposes
When
of the
we
record,
took
I'm
him out this
going to move us ahead a little bit. So this is your body cam, right?
Yes.
Stormy, my husband would feel the same if I chopped my hair.
And so for purposes of the
Threaten all
record,
the
we're
time.
at 14:35:40. And can you tell the jury what's going on at this point?
Right now, I am driving up to where the call came into, and you see me right now. I'm getting out of the patrol car, and by then everybody had flagged me down, and I'm walking up, and I see 2 people on the ground that had been shot. The guy in the gray shorts, he was shot on his side, and then this man who's doing chest compressions on the other kid, he had been shot somewhere on his head.
And what are you doing now? What are you getting?
I'm grabbing gloves, and I'm gonna grab some medical stuff. So particularly something called a chest seal. So whenever we see somebody with a bullet wound on their torso, we're required by law and in our training to go and do some type of medical work if at all able. And so that's what I'm going to do.
And what is this gentleman just told you that's running off?
That guy, his father lives in that house right there, and he said his dad had been shot, and we had found that as a part of this incident, a stray bullet went into the house and struck his father.
And so can you tell the jury what's a chest seal? You mentioned a chest
A
seal.
chest seal is like a type of bandage, Band-Aid. It's they're usually clear, and they go over a wound and they seal all around, and they keep air from going into a chest cavity, because your chest cavity is kind of like a vacuum seal, and if there's a hole in it, it brings air, and it's very painful and could cause a lung to collapse or something like that. So it helps alleviate pain and some other potential medical issues from a bullet wound or something penetrating your torso or chest.
And is that what you're trying to apply one of those?
Yeah, I'm putting it on him right there.
Okay. And what are you doing at this point?
Now I'm about to go into the house and see what's going on with that young man's dad right there. And we find him on the floor. He's unresponsive.
Okay, so what are you doing now?
By then I'm telling I'm on the radio telling the dispatcher what I have, that we need EMS, that about a third victim that's in the house, trying to get other officers going our way so we can start figuring something out. It's pretty hectic and chaotic trying to figure out. And that other officer right there just handed me a medical bag, and we're gonna start trying to see what we can do to help this man on the floor out. And that's more chest seals that I'm pulling out. And he's cutting his shirt off so we can find exactly where the bullet hole is, which is on his upper left chest area. And that's reach in the back, see if I can find a exit wound, but he's a big guy, so I couldn't just roll him around or anything.
And so at this point, you're still trying to provide medical aid.
Yeah, we're trying to figure something out, and now I'm checking for a pulse to see what's going on. He had a slight pulse. He was still alive at that time. So now we're putting on the chest seal and doing something to help him.
Just going to skip ahead a little bit here.
We'd like to see it, Miss Boyd. You could blur out the
So
images.
for purposes of the record, we're at 14:41:10. What are you doing now?
I woke out and I see this man that's on the camera right now. He is a medical doctor. The EMS has a handful of medical emergency medicine doctors that they when they can, they make high profile or major calls like this. And I told him there's a man inside been shot in the chest and asked for him to come help. So he comes in, sees what's going on, and starts doing chest compressions on him himself.
So at this point, it's all medical attention. Is
Correct.
your duty.
That's the when we go on these calls, the first thing is sanctity of life. See who needs help right then and there, and other things are basically secondary to that. So
So can you tell the jury what you're doing at this point?
well, I smelled something burning, and I went in. The guy was apparently making lunch at the time of this, and basically I didn't want the house to burn down on top of all this other like craziness that's going on at the time. And then I'm coming in, moving stuff out of the way so that doctor as well as EMS and all those guys can have room to do what they need to do to work on this man and try to help him.
And so once the doctor's there, once the EMS is there, you let them take over the medical treatment, right?
Yes.
And so then what are your duties shift into at that point?
Now it's time to secure the scene and start getting people backed up. A crowd was starting to build up, and I guess word to the neighborhood was spreading that something happened. And yeah, just scene security, making sure nobody comes in, tampers with anything.
And so walk the jury through scene security a little bit. What are you doing? You're making sure nobody walks through. What else? Are you
Yeah,
doing?
sending people to the side. We're gonna start putting like crime scene tape up, so everybody stays over here while we do what we need to do and start talking to people. And so no outside people are involved. They can stay. They can, and just don't interrupt while we're trying to do our job, kind of thing. And as well as don't walk through if there's blood. You don't want to walk in blood, or there's a bullet shell. You don't want them to kick it out of the way or grab it or anything like that. You just let everything be left alone while we start sorting out who was involved, if there's witnesses or suspects, victims, all that stuff.
And I believe you described the scene as chaotic earlier. In what way do you mean?
It's not every day you go to a call where there's 3 people shot and they're in different places, and trying to sort out who's who did what, and the whole thing. It's just, and then you got people literally dying right there. So you're just trying to figure out, what do I do first? Where do I go here? And you don't, and when it's just you and you've got three people that are been shot, it's hard to like wrap your mind around. Okay, I know I need to do something, but what? Because everything is important to do right then and there, but you just got to pick something and go.
And what's your role at scene security and securing the scene. Did you talk to any witnesses? Who's
Yeah,
this gentleman?
I talked to, this man who he was apparently he was with his family and they drove up. They just happened to turn on the street right as this whole thing happened. And he was basically telling me what he saw.
And for purposes of the record, on your body cam, we're at 14:57:36. So you talked to him a little bit. Who is this gentleman? What's his name?
His name is Richard Atkinson.
And did you wind up? Did you give him a ride somewhere?
Yes, I took him to our police headquarters where he spoke to the detectives to give a statement to what he had witnessed.
And what were your other duties on this case?
After taking him to headquarters, he had family there pick him up, and I returned back to the scene to see if they needed any help or tying up loose ends as far as whatever was left to do or scene security and that sort of thing.
And as far as scene security, were there a lot of people out there?
Yeah, there was a lot of at least one of the kids on the street, or maybe both of them and their family, as well as the man in the house. His family started showing up. So there was a convenience store and a big parking lot across the street, and we had them all waiting over there.
And then did you do anything else on this case?
No, I stood by. Then at the end, I went and stood by while the detective talked to one of the victims, the teenage boy, his family, to explain what was happening and what, basically just give him his contact information, what to do to follow up, and if they had questions and that sort of thing.
Thank you. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Officer Richmond, my name is Michael Dole.
Okay, so one thing he said that I don't know who the other one is. He said there was 2 victims at the convenience store, and then the other guy that was hit by the stray one. I don't know who the other one is at the convenience store unless I missed it in the opening, which I could have. I was distracted. Because Christopher was the one that, he said, took one to the head, to the face, and I don't know who the other one was. It had to be one of the brothers. I don't think it was Mr. Ortiz. I don't think he did anything except fire his weapon. I don't know. I'm very curious.
Leon, I represent Oscar Martinez. Don't have many questions for you. As you stated, it was a very chaotic scene out there, correct?
Yes.
And 2:57, almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, sound about right? Approximately?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You recall, in February 21st of 2022, was it cold that day or hot?
It was comfortable. I was wearing a short sleeve shirt, so it must have not been too bad that day. So I don't remember being cold. So.
Not completely unusual sometimes in February in San Antonio for it to be incredibly 90 degrees versus cold.
Yes, correct.
When we talk about a chaotic scene, eventually there were 20, 25 police officers out there. Sound about right?
Yes.
We're talking not only patrol, but evidence technicians with SAPD, detectives, supervisors, everybody was out there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said a crowd was forming. There must have been 30 some odd just onlookers in the neighborhood, correct?
Easily that many.
Yeah.
Probably several more.
Okay. And did you, we haven't seen it yet, but eventually yellow crime scene tape is put up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of keep the crowds back.
Yes.
Additionally, you got EMS out there, you got firefighters, sound correct?
EMS, firefighters, yes.
Police chief came out here.
Police chief, some other people from command staff and the homicide unit had come out.
Okay. The elderly gentleman in the home, Mr. Bocanegra, his family started showing up as well, correct?
Yes.
And I don't know, approximately how many family members do you know that showed up, roughly?
15 to 20, I'm not sure.
A good amount of the family,
Yes.
Mr. Bocanegra showed up.
Yes.
Fair to say they were upset?
Yes.
Even TV crews might have showed up, if you know.
Yeah, media was there. Yes.
Okay. All right, so that whole area was full of emergency vehicles. We got a crowd. We've got a very chaotic scene, like you said, with 3 different individuals who had been shot. At any time, did you talk to Oscar Martinez?
I don't remember if I did. If I did, it was very brief.
And do you have any memory of talking to Oscar Martinez?
No, when I got there, some people said these guys were involved, but I really was more focused on the people that actually were injured that I saw that were injured during the whole thing.
Of course. Thank you for everything you did that day. I'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state, Your Honor.
Excuse, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Cynthia Lopez.
You said Cynthia Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Also, I don't know if you caught it because we were all kind of distracted by Bree and baby talk. The state in their opening threw the investigator in this under the bus. Like, not a great investigator. So, I bet he can't wait to come
Will you raise your
testify
right
with
hand
the
for me?
state.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, Officers Lopez Villa.
All right, state.
Officer Lopez Villa, how long have you worked for SAP?
3 years.
And back on February of 2022, how long have you been with SAP?
Approximately 6 months.
And when did you go to the academy to join SAP?
It would be, I think back, I graduated towards 2021.
So you had only been an SAPD officer for a short amount of time before this call.
Yes, sir.
And were you working on February 21st of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing a uniform?
Yes.
Is it similar to the one you have on now?
Yes, it still fits.
And were you driving a marked SAPD car?
Yes,
Were you by yourself or were you with another officer?
by myself
How long had you been by yourself?
for 3 weeks.
And on February 21st,
Is it just me, or did the audio go to crap between the time the first witness left and she walked up? Nothing happened. We didn't take a break, didn't switch days, didn't switch anything, and now she's all echoey and sounds crappy. Or is it just on my end? Because she sounds horrible. Horrible. I don't know, but I'm like, how did we do this? And why?
of 2022, did you respond? Well, what type of call did you respond out to?
Shooting in progress
Now, do you remember where you responded out to?
on West Mariposa.
And when you arrived, well, first, were you equipped with a body worn camera on that day?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance to watch.
Surely
that on
that's
TV?
off.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What
Hey,
is it?
Toxic Orchid.
My
How are
body
you
camera
doing?
video.
Thank you for
And
stopping
have you
in.
marked this
Appreciate
in any
it.
way?
Yes.
How'd you mark it?
A Sharpie to initial.
And have you had a chance to view what's on it?
Yes.
And is this body worn camera video on this disc, is this a true and accurate copy of the body worn camera taken that day?
Yes.
Aside from any redactions, has anything else been altered about it?
No.
Your Honor, state, let's see what officer exhibit number 2 happens.
A dare. Some of those eyelashes do get
Approach.
a little ridiculous. A dare. I'll give
Can we
you
approach, Your
that.
Honor?
Yes.
Oh, close up of the attorneys. Don't remember this approach being in there. Hers aren't bad, a dare. Hers are okay. Let's go fast forward, shall we? First, let me click and make it stop. Then we'll fast forward.
Published, Judge?
Granted.
you guys kind of feel like a Friday more than you do that it's a Monday. Not complaining. Well, apparently they're watching something else we don't get to see. There we go.
3833. Officer Lopez, what are we seeing here?
Myself arriving to the scene.
And when you arrived at the scene, how would you describe the scene?
Very chaotic. It was just, everyone was all over the place.
And I'm pausing at 143844. What do we see to the right of the screen?
It would be to one of the victims.
And were there, how, you would agree, there's a lot of people that are surrounding people that are on the ground.
True that.
Yes, sir.
And do you begin to talk to people at the scene?
Yes,
And are they describing what happened?
yes.
And what are you trying to do when you, as an officer, whenever you see a witness to a possible crime, what are you trained to do?
We separate the witnesses.
Why do you separate them?
So none of their statements collide with each other.
Okay, and so you play, where do you place one of the witnesses?
In the back of my patrol vehicle.
And are you trying to get information from this witness pretty quickly? Describe, are you being pressured?
So right now, like, he was talking to me. By the time I'm trying to calm him down, because what he saw was pretty gruesome. So I just talked to him and say, hey, what's going on? And he's just all over the place.
And without going into whatever he said, did you use that information and relay it to other officers?
Yes.
Now, were there any individuals that were pointed out as being possibly involved in this case?
Yes.
And were you, what were you trying to do with these individuals?
Try to get information and detain them,
And why were you trying to detain them?
just as our protocol. We're just taught to detain until they're no longer needed on the scene.
All right, Stormy. Have a good day. Good luck at whatever your appointment is. Hope it all goes well for you.
Now, who are you talking to right here?
It would be Oscar Martinez.
And do you see Oscar here in the courtroom?
Yes,
Can you point him out by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
right now he's wearing the coat and the white t-shirt.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Okay, Oscar Martinez III. Okay. Oscar Martinez III? Okay.
At least we get to
Oscar
hear.
Martinez. Third, what's your name first, Oscar? July 17th. Okay, number for you? 5195? You got this for me? 2210? Go ahead. What's the show? What's the show?
Hey, Ronnie. How you doing? I'm good, Nosy. We're well.
Say anyone?
Now, you already said that there was a decision made to detain the individual, some of the individuals that were at that scene, correct?
Yes,
How many other witnesses do you remember speaking to?
I spoke to 3 on scene.
And do you remember what are the names of the individuals that you spoke to?
I don't recall names.
Did you write a report in relation to this case?
Yes, sir.
Would reading your report, would that help refresh your memory as to the names of the individuals that you spoke to?
Yes.
Guys, make sure you go check out Jody. She's amazing.
Reading directly from the report, just take a moment to refresh your memory.
I
when you're ready
love
to
her.
answer the question.
All right, and counsel, if you could, just so the record can be clear, if you can mark that and you can mark it with the letter of the alphabet.
State will mark this as states.
Her
States.
page is the Defense Rest, Defense with a C. And she is from the land down under.
Take a moment and refresh your recollection as to the names of the individuals that you spoke to.
Yes, it was Richard Atkinson, Elise Atkinson, and Allison Atkinson.
And were they taken to go speak to a detective? Were you aware of that?
On scene, detective spoke with them.
And were any of the individuals that were detained, were they taken to go speak with detectives? Are you aware of that?
Yes,
And did you transport anyone to SAPD for a possible statement?
yes.
Who did you transport?
I had transported Jeremy Martinez to youth services at headquarters.
And did a detective ever show up on scene?
Yes,
Did you ever detail to the detective the information that you got that day?
yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
It's just protocol. We have to let them know what we have on the call and the scene and what they can determine from there.
Cross the witness, Judge.
Defense?
Officer Lopez, my name is Michael DeLeon. I represent Oscar Martinez. You have your report up there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, first witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer, can we? Well, sure, there's a lot of pages going on. I'm looking at page 1 of 7. Does your report say page 1 of 7?
No, just 3.
I can look at your report real quick.
Yeah.
Let me show you. There's some highlights on here, but let me show you. Is this your report?
Yes.
Is this a supplemental or something different?
No, it's the offense report.
The offense report. What would this be called?
The offense report.
Okay, but yet it's different, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about, let me show you.
And I'm sorry, counsel?
Yeah.
If you're showing her a different report, if you could mark it just so that it can be in the record and you can use the letter with the alphabet.
You could. Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Well, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as. Of course, I hit the wrong sticker.
He better be careful. He doesn't want to go by the way that attorney earlier did. Oh, we'll do your stuff, but we're not doing it now. So funny.
All right, Officer Lopez, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 1. Ask you to read silently to yourself the 3rd paragraph there. And I'll ask you a question.
The only thing that would have made that even better is if she would have said, okay, off the record. Because then you know what's coming. She's about to drop the gavel on your head.
Okay. Do you recall that from personal memory, remembering back 2.5 years?
No.
Okay. It says, I was informed that you had found a firearm inside of the green Suburban, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have personal memory if you saw that there was a firearm or somebody told you that?
It was offered on scene. They relayed the information.
Okay, so you're kind of relaying the information you're getting from other officers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me also point out to you. This is a question I had. I don't know if you need to read this sentence, but this sentence is what I'm talking about. You can read that silently to yourself. You refer to a blue recycling bag. Can you tell the jury what a blue recycling bag is?
It's just like a recycle bag, but it was supposed to be a bin.
Okay, so when we talk about a bin, we're talking about those big City of San Antonio blue recycling bins, right?
Yes.
Okay, but yet it refers to a bag, so we're not talking about any bag though, we're talking about a bin.
Yeah, it's a big bin. Yeah.
Okay. And there were weapons found in that bin,
Yes, sir.
making sure.
We need one. Yep. That's all I'm gonna say.
If I give just a moment, Your Honor. Lastly, Officer Lopez. Looking at, you can read this paragraph to yourself, the first 3 sentences there, or lines. Is that information you obtained yourself firsthand, or you're documenting what other people told you?
It was information related to me.
Okay, just want to make sure. Now, Officer Lopez, when you talked to Oscar Martinez, we saw a little bit on the body cam. You asked some questions, what his name, address, date of birth, phone number was. He fully cooperated with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did he stop being cooperative with you at any point that we haven't seen on the body cam?
No.
Did you get any information that either Oscar or any of the young people here were trying to escape, run away, flee at any time?
No.
Did you have any concerns that someone was going to run on you and take off?
No.
Okay. Everybody seemed to be pretty stable and staying put.
Yes, sir.
That's gross.
Was this your first, I'm going to call it a very chaotic scene type of call as a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. Officer Richmond testified before. Do you know Officer Richmond or work with him?
Yes.
Okay. He testified to the jury earlier. This was a chaotic scene. There's 25 SAPD people out there, evidence techs, the police chief. You've got a crowd of people forming, just regular people in the neighborhood. We've got an elderly man was killed. His family showed up. They're upset. You know, you've got tons of people just showing up to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your job, you're relaying information quickly to other officers and getting information to kind of piece together what is going on here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And may I approach the witness one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer, if I can see your report.
And state and defense, you have the freedom and the court's permission to move about and approach witnesses without requesting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who did we just watch that was like super strict about that? Was that the last judge? All right, while he does that,
And
I
Officer
just
Lopez, you were given
got a text from Bree, said that the massage therapist's name is Beth. She had Beth hit pressure points during the massage to try to get some contractions going. So, Gabby, there's hope for you yet, as long as Chief Madison follows in suit like her dad. He was very quick labor. I think I was like 12 hours, and then Carmen was 8. So if she gets moving, you might get lucky. I don't know, though. We'll see what the doctor says. And yes, Judge Boyd is like, don't even talk to me. Some judges are so strict about it. I don't understand. What are you doing?
information from multiple officers about all kinds of information, not only Oscar Martinez, but other juveniles at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you and other officers separate parties? We saw the Atkinson's witnesses. They're separated so that, you know, we kind of preserve their memories, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about for the eventual suspects out there? Were they put into separate police cars and detained?
Yes.
Did you do any evidence collection at the time?
No.
Okay, that's somebody else's job, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for you, Officer Lopez. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, is this witness excused?
She is, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you. And parties, if you'll make sure, even though the exhibits were marked and not entered, if you'll just make sure to leave those with the court reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls, Roland Bettis.
Bye, Adair. Have a good day. If it involves pickleball, I hope you are successful and victorious. And stop by and see us soon. You can buy them, Gabby. Might not be as good as what you can make, but you can buy them. Just get a cupcake.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Please make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear. And if you'll have a seat and state your name for the record.
Rolando Perez.
All right, state.
Mr. Bettis, who do you currently work for?
The San Antonio Police Department.
What do you do for SAP?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
So really, your title should be CSI Bettis.
Yes.
Now explain to the jury, what is a CSI?
We are investigators that go out to the crime scene and we basically look for any kind of evidence or whatnot for the scene.
And now, are you a certified peace officer?
No,
So you're not a police officer.
correct.
And what type of training did you receive to become a CSI?
Through the San Antonio Police Department, we have a 3-month training period in the classroom and then a 1-month training in the field.
And what type of training do you receive?
There you go.
We learned a lot from like photography, evidence searching, video recording, crime scene sketching. And then further on, we learned like 3D diagramming or scanning, I should say. I'm sorry.
So were you working on February 21st of 2022?
Yes.
And did you have to respond to a shooting on that day?
Yes.
Were you the only CSI that responded to that scene?
No.
So what happens when multiple CSI respond to one scene?
We split up the duties for the scene, for the crime scene.
So what do you mean by that?
So one would be in charge of either doing the photography, others would do a video, some would do the evidence collection.
What did you do?
I did do the video of the scene, or video recording, and I also did perform 3 gunshot residue tests.
Let's start with the videos. What type of video are you taking?
Just the basic crime scene, whatever's in the crime scene, whatever the evidence had been located at the time.
And do you do it all in one go? How exactly do you take this video?
Well, normally it's all in one go, but it depends. I think with the camera we have now, if you do a pause, it splits them up. But yeah, it's usually just all in one time area, I guess.
And I'm approaching what's been marked as safe exhibit number 3. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes,
And what is this disc?
that's just that was burned with the videos.
And have you had a chance to watch it?
Yes,
And have you marked this disc at all?
yes, I have my signature, my badge number.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the crime scene video that you took that day?
Yes,
Has it been altered in any way?
no,
Our state would offer states exhibit number 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
So you took states 3, but you also collected something called GSR.
yes.
What is that?
It just stands for gunshot residue test.
And what does that entail?
So it's these little plastic bottles with the lid, which has like a sticky surface. And what we do is we just look for what they're saying is gunshot residue on hands or some of the arm.
And what exactly is that looking for?
Well, like I said, like the gunshot residue.
Are you the person that tests these kits?
No, I just collect it.
And what do you do after you collect them?
So once I collect it, I mark it, it goes back into the packaging, which gets sealed, and then we submit it to the property room.
You brought something with you today. What did you bring?
These are the gunshot residue tests that were performed that day.
Now, are these just your gunshot residue tests? Or are they more gunshot residue tests?
So 3 of them are the ones I did. One of them is done by another CSI, and one was done from one of our detectives.
And why, well, where did you get those from?
The property room. Our property room.
Are you able to take property in or evidence in and out of the property room?
Yes.
And is it more simple just to combine all the gunshot residue tests, or why are they all combined? You know?
So from what I see, they were all placed back together because they have been tested. They were sent to the lab and returned.
So let's mark that overall bag with all of the different bags as states exhibit number 4.
Let me take this one off.
Have you had a chance to open up the bag?
Yes.
Okay, and can you take out the bags containing the gunshot residue test that you collected?
Yes.
All right, I guess after this one, we have one more witness, and then we go into day 2, and that starts off with Jerry Ortiz on the stand.
These are
So it should
Okay.
pick up.
We'll mark these 3 tags states 5, 6, and 7.
I almost skipped all these guys, but I thought maybe I better not.
For states 5 is the contents of one bag, is the envelope and the contents. And the same for states 6 and 7 for the 2 other bags. Let's start with states exhibit number 5. Who did you take that from?
This one's gonna be on a Juan Mejia.
Okay, and again, what are in the contents of states 5?
This is the test kit that was performed on him.
And is there anything written on the test kit?
Yes.
What information is written there?
So the information I write on it is gonna be the name of the person on the subject I'm collecting from, their date of birth, my name, my badge, the department's name, and the case number.
And you can put that back inside.
And I'm sorry, excuse me, what name did you say was on that?
Juan Mejia.
All right, thank you.
And then for state 6, who did you collect that from?
This one's gonna be a Jeremy Martinez.
Okay, and again, is it the same thing that the kit inside would have Jeremy's information on it?
Yes.
And you can put that back in state 7. Oh, who did you collect state 7 from?
This one's from an Oscar Martinez III.
And again, same deal. Did you write his information on that bag inside?
Yes.
And you were the one that took all 3 of these tests.
Yes.
All right, this time sealed off for states 5, 6, and 7 in the contents of evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibit 5, 6, 7, and contents are admitted into evidence without objection.
Were there any other? Let me rephrase. Either out there, are you helping the other CSIs possibly complete their duties?
Besides doing this, unless they requested it, but I can't, I mean, I don't remember if I did or did not.
Ask the witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it Detective Pettis? What's your title?
No, CSI Pettis, yeah.
CSI Pettis.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Do you recall doing any of these tests, or it's been 2.5 years? Do you have any independent memory of it, or just from what you read in the report?
I mean, it brings back some memory. I mean, obviously, it's not 100% clear.
Sure. Sounds good. And
Sounds good.
when the GSR gunshot residue
Yeah,
tests
that's
are
a timing.
done, Do you typically get cooperation from the person you're taking the test?
Most times, yes.
Let's get more specific. There at that scene,
Mhm.
there were 3 individuals, Juan Mejia, Jeremy Martinez, and Oscar Martinez.
Yes.
Specifically with Oscar Martinez, do you recall Oscar Martinez, my client?
Not specifically, but I don't have a memory if he, like you said, had any issues, so.
If somebody had said, hey, get away from me, don't touch me, you know, I'm not gonna let you do no test, would you document that?
Yes,
Okay. In this particular case with Oscar Martinez, was that the case? Do you have any documentation that he refused at all?
no,
Okay, fair enough. And what if somebody had said, get away from me, don't touch me, you're not doing a test? Would you force it on that person or how would that work?
in the past, from what I can remember, I mean, knowing that it's really not intrusive, we're still allowed to do it. Might take some persuading.
Sure.
Maybe, but I don't remember a time where someone has officially said they did not want to do it altogether.
Sure. That's a hypothetical.
Right.
Specifically with Oscar Martinez, you have nothing to say he wasn't anything but cooperative, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you said that you don't do testing of these kits at all. Where do the test kits go after this?
So once we collect it, we submit it to the SAPD property room.
And then, do you know where they go after that?
No, unless the follow detective requests them. That's what they do.
Okay. And so somebody else would take your work at that point and
Right.
go to the next step.
Yes.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Pass the witness.
Another from the state judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
He is, Your Honor.
Excuse judge.
All right, and do you have the next witness to transfer the items to the next witness?
Yes, judge.
Okay. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state calls CSI Ryan Rodriguez.
He's a really short witness. He's the one that took his backpack up to stand. I've never seen. I'm surprised they let him.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice raised for members of the jury and the court reporter. If you'll state your name for the record.
Ryan Rodriguez, RyanRodriguez.
State.
CSI Rodriguez, who do you currently work for?
I'm employed with the city of San Antonio, as a member of the San Antonio Police Department, and I function as a crime scene investigator.
How long have you been at CSI?
Just hit 6 years, last month.
And in this case, were you working on February 21st, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you respond out to the scene of the shooting or where did you go?
I was dispatched to, the hospital where there was a, gunshot victim,
And
University Hospital.
thank you, that was gonna be my very next question. What was the name of the individual you were sent to go see?
I believe it was Josh, Mejia.
And when you went to the hospital, what were you called to do?
Well, there was a gunshot victim there, so I would go and photograph him, take whatever, maybe clothing or items he might have as evidence and conduct a gunshot residue test on the individual.
And so that's what you did. You took photos and you took the gunshot residue test.
Yes.
And showing you what was previously marked as State's exhibit number 4. Need an opportunity showing you the thing marked. I'll mark as State's exhibit number 8. Now, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the gunshot residue test.
Okay, and is this the gunshot residue test that you collected from Joshua?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask if you could open what's being looked at, exhibit number 8. Now, what was inside states 8?
Oh, this is the gunshot residue test.
Okay, and on the outside of that gunshot residue test, who does it say you took that gunshot residue from?
Joshua Mejia.
And would you have marked, why do you mark the outside of the actual kit itself?
Just to identify it, who it belongs to, my name, case number.
Okay, and so that information is true and accurate to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
You can put that back inside.
Curious what they're going to use these GSR tests for. Because I mean, if you're
Offer states exhibit number 8 and all of its contents.
near it, it can still be on your hands if you're
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, states exhibit number 8
not an
and its
expert.
contents is admitted without objection.
House of Witness, Judge.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. GSI Rodriguez, were there additional things that you collected with Joshua Mejia there at the hospital?
Yeah, I believe it's clothing and like maybe like some cigarillos.
All righty, and do you have your report in front of you?
No.
Your personal witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir.
Rodriguez, is this your report?
Yes,
Okay, and you took a GSR test, which is listed as E4, correct?
correct.
And
Okay.
counsel, if you can mark that.
Yes, Judge.
Poor guy. That's the second time. It's like that
Rodriguez, I'm
deputy
showing you what's been now marked as
Texas.
defense
She
exhibit
said
number
states.
2. Once again, the GSR test for Joshua Mejia was done as evidence 4, correct?
Correct.
And then evidence 3 is, what was that?
Evidence 3 is gonna be, looks like clothing.
Okay, clothing of Joshua Mejia.
Yes,
E2 was what?
gold colored jewelry,
Okay, and E1 is what?
4 backwoods cigars, wild rum flavor.
Okay, backwood cigars. You have training experience to know what backwood cigars, well, first of all, it's a cigar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In your training experience, can those cigars be used in different ways?
Sure, you have to elaborate a little bit more besides smoking or what?
Besides smoking, you can cut those open and put marijuana in them typically, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. Have you seen that on few or many occasions?
Many occasions.
Okay. Do you know of anybody who just smokes backwood cigars just for the wild rum flavor and nothing else?
I'm sure there are, but I've never even heard of the brand.
And as far as the GSR test, that's something you do the test and you put it into evidence and then somebody takes it from there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, you may step back.
All right, as Judge Boyd says. All right. She's going to excuse the jury. I'm going to find my cursor. I'm going to do something. There it is. Oh, yeah. You know, sometimes things happen and you just have to laugh. You just have to laugh. All right. This was Viking Cap from a couple trials from the Ruiz trial. If Chrissy was here, she would like where this is paused. I apologize for where this is paused because this is not Viking Cop by any measure of Viking Cop. So, my apologies. I believe the jury is coming in. And this is what's his face? Jerry Ortiz on the stand. This is the guy whose weapon actually unalived 2 people. Apparently hit a third, which I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with that one. So I'm not going to say that, but it did unalive 2 people, and he's not in prison. Yeah. So I said, it's not Viking Cop. And Chrissy would be like, not thirsty at all. Not at all. She wouldn't even want to sip. But yes, so this is him. I cannot wait to find out why or what kind of deal he got, because he got a good one. He got a good one because the other guy, 20 years. 20 years. Bring the jury in.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
State, call your next witness.
The state calls Jerry Ortiz.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and for the court reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, the person to the left is Suzanne Kramer. She is the witness's attorney. State, you may proceed.
Jerry, how old are you?
19,
Back in February of 2022, how old were you?
17.
Were you in school?
Yes, sir.
What school did you attend back then?
Edison High School.
What year were you? Were you a sophomore, junior, senior?
Junior.
And where were you living back in February of 2022?
The address, correct?
Yes, what address?
823 West Mariposa.
And how long did you live there?
I'm not too sure about how long it was.
Had it been a couple years?
I believe so. Yes, yes.
So I'll get right into it. Jerry, have you ever sold drugs before?
Once before.
What drugs did you sell?
It was marijuana.
One time, and then you
You
end
ever
up
sell
in
meth?
No, sir.
What about cocaine?
No, sir.
Did you ever sell to kids?
No, sir.
And when I'm talking about kids, what do you think I mean by kids?
I'm assuming, I don't know, 18 and lower. I'm not too sure.
Did you know any of the neighbors that lived around you on Mariposa?
Yes, sir.
Did you know someone by the name of Enrique Bocanegra?
Sounds familiar. Yes, sir.
It would have been the man who passed away due to all this. Did you know him?
Yes, sir.
How well did you know him?
Pretty well.
Would you talk with him often?
Yes, sir.
And you're gonna need to speak up, Jerry.
Yes, sir.
And how often would you interact with Enrique?
Every time he'll walk outside to garden his grass or trim his bushes, which was in front of his house.
And are you aware, Jerry, that it was found that one of the bullets from your gun was the bullet that killed Enrique Bocanegra?
Just recently, yes, sir.
And well, let's go back to February 21st of 2022. Were you in school that day?
I believe so. I believe so.
Well, did you make an arrangement to meet with someone?
Yes, sir.
What was that, or what were you meeting that person for?
To sell marijuana.
And did you know who you were selling to?
No, sir.
Well, how did they get in contact with you?
Through social media.
And would that happen often?
No, sir.
So, in essence, a stranger contacted you for a drug sale.
What was that?
So a stranger contacted you for a drug sale.
Yes, sir.
And Did you decide to meet with them?
Yes, sir.
Where did you meet? Or where did you decide to meet with them?
It was at a corner store, believe the name is Bear King on Blanco Drive.
And how far is this corner store from where you live?
Not too far at all.
And do you remember what time of the day did you decide to meet them at?
Roughly around 2:30-ish, maybe 3.
Did you go to the corner store?
Yes, sir.
Now, Jerry, did you own a firearm at that time?
Yes, I did have a firearm. Yes, sir.
No, he
Where'd you
didn't
get
own
the
it.
firearm?
I have found it at a park called Kenwood Park.
How long did you have that firearm for?
Roughly, I say a month or 2.
Did you carry it around with you often?
No, sir.
Why'd you decide to carry it today? Or on that day?
Oh, okay. I just felt like I was cool. Just gonna be honest. I thought I was cool owning a gun, so I carried it with me that day.
Now, when you went to the corner store, where did you go?
I placed myself in front of the store.
Why'd you go to the front?
I was right there interacting with one of the homeless guys, and I was just waiting for the other person to come by.
Well, how would you know that you were meeting the right person?
Well, I didn't really know everyone, but I knew just by one guy from the image from on social media.
So you were looking out for the guy that was messaging you.
Yes, sir.
How long were you at that corner store?
Maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
It wasn't long.
No, sir.
He doesn't make the best choices. I hope he's making better ones. He's obviously got another about to.
Common approach was what's been marked as state's 52.
Yes.
What is it?
It's the video that you had shown me and wrote my signature on there saying that you had shown me the video
And what's this a video of?
of the incident that had occurred.
And is this video, is it
Sorry for the interruption. Breaking news. The doctor that Bree was supposed to see is in surgery, so her appointment got moved to 2. Dang it. Stop it. Also, I hope my connection is okay because our power went out for a while yesterday and everything is just like super wonky today. There's all kinds of things happening. Well, yes.
a fair and accurate depiction of what happened that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state would offer state's 52.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state exhibit number 52 is admitted without objection.
Yeah, your time's getting shorter, Gabby.
Please proceed. I'm trying to get off the hard drive because the disc would take too long to play.
All right, any objections, defense, to them playing it off the hard drive?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Jerry, while you were at the front of the store, did anyone ever call you over?
Yes, the front passenger.
Well, what were they in?
They were in a 4-door green Tahoe.
And did you walk over to the green Tahoe?
Yes, sir.
How close did you get to the green Tahoe?
To the front passenger.
But I'm asking, how close were you to the front passenger?
Oopsies.
Really close as
Who cares?
Well, here, I'll get up and show. So, how close were you? This is, sure, you can stand up, Jerry.
not like this close.
So you're pretty close, about a foot or 2 away. So when you approach the front passenger, did you talk with him?
I really didn't have any second to talk.
What do you mean by that?
Right as I approached, I just saw everyone point a gun at me. Front window.
Now, what you're saying, everyone pointed a gun at you, how many people were in this car?
5, 6 people maybe.
Did you get a good look at everybody?
Got a good look at the passenger and the driver, and I believe 2 of the other guys in the back that I could recognize.
And you were saying that a lot of guns were pointed at you. What do you mean? What, did everyone have a gun?
Yes, sir.
And you're mentioning this front passenger. Do you see that front passenger here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Black.
And can you point to him? Let the record reflect that Jerry Ortiz is identifying the defendant, Oscar Martinez. So when you approach this front passenger, does he say anything to you?
Give me everything you got. Give me everything you got.
And did he have anything?
I had marijuana, shoes, and a jacket.
Well, what I'm asking Jerry is, did the front passenger have anything?
Oh, yes, sir. He had I'm not too familiar with weapons, but it was a long black rifle.
Jerry, is this, I'm showing you with the mark already, it states 39A. Do you recognize this, Jerry?
Looks like the one from the day.
And how did he have this rifle?
Pointing at my chest from the door.
Right here, show me. Would you like to step down and show? You can stand up, Jerry.
Yes, you can step down, but just make sure it's not pointed at anyone.
I won't even bother touching it.
How did he have it, Jerry?
Or you can use this for an example as you say this is a window.
Again, you gotta speak up, Jerry.
Okay,
Just-
so this is a window. Had it sideways.
Like this?
Yes. And I was like this.
Okay, so where was the barrel? Okay. And so the barrel
I'm
was.
sorry, make sure you keep
Sorry,
your voice up so the court reporter can hear.
At me.
So it was pointing at you. Was it resting against anything?
No,
Okay.
just besides the window frame.
Okay. You can have a seat, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you.
So he was pointing that at you,
Yes, sir.
and he says, "Give me all you got.
Give me everything you got. Yes, sir.
Give me everything you got." What did you do?
I did what they asked. They demanded whatever they wanted, and I provided it to them.
And what exactly did you provide to them?
A bag of marijuana, my shoes, and they wanted my jacket as well.
Did they tell you? Did they tell you about the jacket?
The back passenger, I believe it was a guy in the middle seat in the back that wanted the jacket.
And so, had you already started taking off your shoes?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna place states 52.
I think it might have been for him, Kelly. He doesn't make good choices.
I'm stopping the video at 14:27:01. Do you see your Jerry? I need you to take a look at this video.
Yes, sir.
Do you see yourself in the video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
In the front of the store.
I'm stopping the video at 14:27:16. Jerry, do you see the car that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do?
I'm approaching the vehicle.
Wonder why we got to hear a little bit of the audio of that officer's body cam, but we don't get to hear any of this. Oh,
Jerry, I'm gonna replay this video again. This time I'm gonna zoom in, okay?
Yes, sir.
thinking I need to really send Judge Boyd that message. uh, so many things I could say, Kevin. You know, I'm feeling a little spicy right at the moment. I'm trying to not be spicy.
I'm pausing it here at it is 14:27:45. Now, Jerry, did you just see what you just did in the video?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
I reached into my pocket.
And what did you do with whatever you had in your pocket?
I had tossed it to the front passenger.
Play the video. Now, Jerry, do you see who got out of that out of the back of that car?
One of the other guys that were in the vehicle.
Now, what does he have in his hand?
He has a gun on his right hand,
Where is he pointing it?
right at me, coming towards me.
Now, up to this point, you had already given up your shoes.
Yes, sir.
You'd already given up your drugs.
Yes, sir.
And so, what happens after this point?
I was telling him like, no, just leave. Just take it. He kept approaching me.
Now we hear what happens in this video. We hear what happens after you go off screen. But what happened whenever you went off screen, Jerry?
Me and the fellow guy that hopped out the back passenger were wrestling, fighting each other.
What were you fighting each other for?
He was trying to take the gun that I had on my waist.
And Jerry, did you ever pull out your gun?
Not until he fired at me.
So he pointed his firearm at you and shot at you.
Yes, sir.
And then you pulled out your firearm and shot back. Now, after you shot back, what did you do?
I took cover. I was scared. I heard shooting right back at me. And I took off running
And where did you take cover by?
behind a big green dumpster.
Did you return fire?
Yes, sir.
What were you shooting at?
The vehicle.
And who was shooting at you from the vehicle? Could you see?
No, I did not see. I was just taking cover.
So you decided to run to run.
Yes, sir.
Where did you run to?
I ran into the alleyway behind the store. I ran a block over. I made all the way to the tracks, the railroad tracks. And I stood there for a while.
Had you ever shot at anyone before, Jerry?
No, sir.
Had anyone ever shot at you?
No, sir.
What did you do with the gun, Jerry?
Before I crossed the street over after the alleyway, I had tossed it to my right hand side into someone's back house. Sorry, the backyard. I don't recall the house that I threw it in, but it's in someone's backyard on right-hand side in the alleyway.
You understand, Jerry, that that's dangerous, right?
Yes, sir.
That someone could have picked it up and someone could have hurt themselves.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go after you crossed the tracks and after you'd waited for a few moments?
I dropped right back up to my house and I jumped my neighbor's yard and went back home.
Now, what did you do when you went back home?
I was scared. I looked out my window and I see the guy there laying down.
Did you tell anyone about what had happened? Were you ever told that the police wanted to speak with you?
What was that?
Were you ever told that the police wanted to speak with you?
I believe it was that same night. I went into the downtown to talk to the detective.
Did you talk to him?
No, I was scared.
Did you answer any of his questions?
No. I talked to him, yes.
But you never told him what happened.
No, sir. No, sir.
Jerry, were you arrested in regards to this case?
Yes, sir.
What were you arrested for?
Charges for
Hey,
foul
Grandma.
murder.
Hope you're doing
Did
okay.
you have to go to the Bear County Jail?
Yes, sir.
How long were you
Really
in the Bear
sorry to
County
hear
Jail?
about your.
I believe 3 months.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Yes, what Gabby said. I do appreciate you taking time to stop by when I know you have a lot going on. I think they may kick the jury out here in a second. I know the jury leaves. You see that jury back there? She's like, can I get a drink? I'd take one too. Ah,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you all step in the jury room just for 10 minutes. There's a matter I need to take up outside your presence. Remember my previous instructions, okay? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
yes. Grandma's house is a blast. She plays games, and she's so funny, and she laughs all the time, and she's always happy. Thank you, Grandma. You too. We'll see you soon.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, so this is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. State if you ask your question.
Jerry, did you ever see Oscar Martinez in the Bear County Jail?
Twice.
And did Oscar Martinez ever threaten you?
He told me that he was gonna get me.
And what did he mean by that?
I'm assuming by hurting me.
And you say Oscar, you know who Oscar Martinez is now, you know his name, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that was after everything had happened.
Yes, sir.
And that was, again, you've seen him once during this incident. You're gonna have to answer yes or no, Jerry.
Yes, sir.
And then you're saying that you saw him 2 other times in the Bear County Jail,
Yes, sir.
and that one of the times Oscar threatened you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, defense?
No questions.
All right. So we're off the record. This is what I need to know. What specifically was said? When was this said, allegedly? Those are questions that I need in order to make a ruling on whether or not this is relevant, whether or not it's more probative than prejudicial. So I don't have enough information. The information that's being told to the court now, I'm going to sustain the defense's objection. But if there is something more that anyone wants to give me. I will consider it.
if I may. Jerry, when these threats,
We were getting moved from quarantine into a mod, the dorm. We were right there by where you get your mats for the inmates. And we were right beside each other. That's when. Thank you.
and when did this happen? Do you know roughly when was, so it would have been after you were arrested? But do you know more specifically any time?
Can you please ask it again? I'm sorry.
Do you know specifically when this would have happened?
Like what he told me?
Yes, when he said that.
I think it has to be within a week in there, because it's quarantine, they have you waiting in quarantine for a while until you get moved. And whenever we got moved from quarantine, that's when I had ran into him. And that's when he had told me. But then he was in a gaming.
And so it would have been about a week after you were arrested.
Yes, sir.
And when were you arrested?
I don't remember the date.
Was this long? Were you arrested a short time after this incident?
Yes,
And what exactly did Oscar say?
that he was gonna get me.
Did he say anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Any questions, defense?
I do, Judge. Mr. Ortiz, you were in a minor pod at the time, correct? Meaning for people who were under the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Oscar was in an adult pod, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how, if you guys are in different pods, how did you see each other?
Because when we're in quarantine, he was on the other side, but within the same mod. We're all in the same mod, but when he was in the other side of the mod, I never spoke to him. But when we got moved from quarantine, sir, we got moved together at the same time, and then they put us in the elevator. They told both of us to look away from each other. We got out of the elevator, we walked where all the inmates' masks were. And that's when he had told me when we saw each other, when we got an encounter.
And did he tell you face to face?
He told me right there, yes, sir.
Okay, and you knew who he was already then?
I remember his face from the incident. I cannot forget it.
Okay, so his identity is not in dispute, correct?
Can you break it down for me so I can understand?
Let me ask you this. Did you, just so we're clear, did you hear his voice or did you see him?
No. He said it personally while we were being transported into a different mod.
Did you ever hear, was there an occasion where you heard a threat through the door?
No, this was him personally.
Are you well aware, sir, that in various jail calls that you made to your parents, to your father, to your mother, you were complaining about somebody threatening you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you not tell your father that those threats were done through the door, that you didn't see who was making the threats, but you heard somebody making threats?
That is not what I had said, sir. No.
Well, it's on jail calls, sir.
I
Were you lying to your father or are you lying now?
sir.
No further questions.
All right, so this is the court's question. Number one, defense, were you given notice of these statements?
Notice of threats, Your Honor?
Notice of his testimony about he was alleged to have been threatened by your client. State that you give the defense notice of that.
It's in the disclosure. It's not in his statement, it's in some of the disclosures that I used.
Okay.
When we talked to him.
I believe so, yes, Judge.
All right.
But my objection here is going to be identity is not an issue. This is apparently alleged conduct that happened well after February 21st of 2022, which is the reason why we're here. So therefore, I don't see the necessity to try to bring that in to establish identity. I think that's what Mr. Escobar was talking about.
Are you seeking to use this to try to establish identity?
Well, Judge, it's also the defendant trying to intimidate a witness into not cooperating. In essence, saying, I'm gonna get you for what happened.
Not charged with retaliation. That's not an element for it to be proven in this case.
All right, anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
All right, the court is going to allow the statement. Court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial and defense. The court is noting for the record that you were on notice of the alleged statements of your client. All right, let's bring the jurors back in.
Sorry about the camera. I can't do anything about it. Or the defense isn't standing up for the jury. Stand up, sir. There you go. There you go.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, you may continue, and you're still under oath.
So Jerry, you were arrested for murder in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spent time in the Bexar County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And while in the Bexar County Jail, you did encounter Oscar Martinez.
Yes, sir, twice.
And did Oscar ever say anything to you?
That he was gonna get me.
And when did this happen?
When we were getting moved from quarantine into a different cell, it's like a mod in the hallway before we get into the mod. Where all the inmates' beds were.
How long did you spend in the Bexar County Jail?
Roughly 2 months.
Now, Jerry, what ultimately happened to your case?
What do you mean?
How was your case disposed of?
I don't know what that answer to that, I'm sorry.
Was your case
Yes,
dismissed by the Bexar County Jail, or by the Bexar County DA's office?
Yes, sir.
Now, there was no agreement in exchange for your testimony, was there?
Whoa. This guy's case got dismissed. That's insane. And they're charging this guy, and they put the other one in jail for 20 years. They're saying what they did was worse than what he did. Wow. Because if you're going to use the argument, you were there, you were all committing a crime, and you all did something horrible that ended horribly, you're all equal. But you're not. He's not. Wow. Sorry, I didn't. Judge Boyd, she keeps shook herself off. I obviously knew he got something. I didn't realize he just had it all dismissed. That ought to shock the out of the jury. That's insane. Insane.
No, sir.
So you're doing this of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about who was living at your home at the time. Who was living at your home back on February 2021?
It was me, my mother, my sister, and my girlfriend.
And what's your girlfriend's name?
Jalen.
And would Jalen's little brother, would he ever go to your home?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
Harley.
What's his last name?
I can't really pronounce it very well, but Nawa.
Fair, it's a difficult one to pronounce.
Yes.
Now, on February 21st of 2022, did you tell Harley where you were going?
No, sir.
Well, did he know you were did he know that you were going to a drug deal?
No, sir.
Was he at the home at the time?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been made aware that Harley fired a gun during this incident?
No, sir.
So no one ever told you about Harley's involvement?
No, sir.
Yeah, so you never told Harley to be a lookout during this drug deal?
No, sir.
You never told Harley to have a gun?
No, sir.
Now, I'm gonna show video because you've seen one other additional video. It's a short video, correct? You recall speaking with me yesterday and being shown a very short clip.
Oh, yes, yes.
And for purposes of the record, what exhibit is this?
The judge, it's states 51. I'm gonna slow down this video because it's a very short clip. I'm stopping the video a few seconds in. What are we seeing right by that dumpster, Jerry?
Me and the other person fighting.
And what were you fighting over?
I was fighting to make sure he don't take the firearm.
And why were you worried about him taking the firearm?
I thought if he were to take it, that their man just gave me the
That they were going to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
So we just saw both of you point guns at a gun at one another, point your arms out at one another. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
What was he pointing at you?
It was a pistol.
Now, did he shoot in your direction?
Yes.
And did you shoot him?
Yes, sir.
I knew she was going to do that.
Now, I'm pausing the video very quickly. I don't have the time on the player. The time is obscured on the player. But where are you right now, Jerry?
I'm behind the dumpster.
Is that when you were hiding?
Yes, sir.
And did you fire from that position?
Yes, sir.
Cross ought to be interesting on
Now,
this.
Jerry, looking at that surveillance video, it took a while for you to pull out that gun, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
So
These
you
close-
didn't immediately pull it out whenever the backseat passenger got out of the vehicle.
No, sir.
Did you feel that you had to shoot?
I didn't want to do it, but he shot, so I got scared. So I returned fire.
And do you regret having to do that?
Yes, sir.
You wish that you didn't have to?
I wish I could go back in time.
Now, you continued to shoot, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you feel at the time that it was necessary for you to shoot at the car?
Yes, I was scared.
Well, were they shooting at you?
I heard gunshots, yes.
And so you thought that you had to.
Yes,
Do you regret shooting at that car? Do you regret killing Enrique Bocanegra?
I regret everything.
Pass the witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ortiz,
Yes,
to
sir.
establish a few things. You'll agree with me that your bullets from your gun were fired intentionally and knowingly by you. Went across the street, killed an innocent man, your neighbor, 65-year-old Enrique Bocanegra, correct?
I'm sorry, but
This is my question, okay? Kind of back up a little bit from the microphone because we're hearing you breathe, okay? Let's keep your voice up.
We don't
Will
want
you
it.
agree with me that the bullets from your gun fired intentionally and knowingly by you? The gun didn't go off accidentally. You intended to pull the trigger, went across the street, killed your elderly neighbor, Enrique Bocanegra, correct?
I didn't mean for that to happen.
Here's my question for you. Did you? Was it your bullets that killed Enrique Bocanegra? Yes or no?
Yes,
So no one else is to blame for his death but you? Yes or no?
yes,
So we're in agreement about that, correct? Okay, that day, you were the one who decided to sell marijuana.
yes, sir.
You knew it was illegal to sell marijuana.
Yes, sir.
You chose to take your 40 caliber handgun to this transaction, correct? I need an
Yes,
outline answer.
sorry.
You knew that carrying a gun to a drug sale is dangerous, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew that your gun, a 40 caliber, had bullets, right?
Yes, sir.
And you hid that gun in your waistband using your jacket to cover it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you put yourself in this situation. No one forced you to be there, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you had not taken that gun to the drug deal, Mr. Bocanegra would be alive today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you had not taken this gun to the drug deal, Christopher Mejia would be alive today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Ortiz,
In his defense, though, he might not be. And that may be the question that state comes back and asks. Would you be alive today if you hadn't taken that? The answer to that question might be no. Because why did the kid get out of the car in the first place and come around and pointed at him? And then, according to him, fired first. It was all stupid. All bad choices. Like the defense attorney said, mind-numbingly dumb. Whatever. He said it better. I think so, Gabby. He's whispering, he's shaking. I mean, but the dude got its charges dismissed. So he's not, if this guy's found guilty, he's going to walk away better for unaliving two people than that guy did that never fired a shot. I don't, that's what I have a problem with. Is if he's not going to be held accountable, then don't hold him accountable. Like, they're all equal. They were all making bad decisions that day. All of them. So, obviously, the two juveniles, charges dropped against him. One pled. Also, I don't know that he did anything, fired anything. I don't know. I think the person that fired at the guy on the witness stand was the one that died. So I don't know. I don't get that.
you'll agree with me, back in 2022, you're a drug dealer. There's no other way to say it, correct? You were selling drugs.
not a drug dealer.
You're not a drug dealer. Okay, well, you were selling marijuana that day, correct? And you had done it previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a drug dealer, you were engaged in criminal activity at the time, right?
No, sir.
Selling marijuana is a criminal activity, is it not?
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, yes.
Thank you. You were arrested on February 23rd, 2022, about 2 days after the shooting occurred, correct?
I bet. Yes,
Okay, and you stayed in jail until May 11th of 2022, when your family was able to finally bond you out,
yes, sir.
okay? And for roughly 6 months until roughly December of 2022, at some point then you had an attorney, Ms. Suzanne Kramer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Kramer is known for handling death penalty, capital murder cases. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she arranged a meeting for you to meet with the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know what prosecutor you met with?
I don't recall the name.
Okay, was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Man,
Yes, sir.
okay. What about a woman named Lauren Glasscock, Assistant District Attorney Lauren Glasscock?
What's the woman there?
Hold on, don't
Oh, I'm
ask your
sorry.
attorney, just answer my question if you know.
I believe I do remember a woman and a man in there. Yes.
Yep. I'm gonna show you what's been labeled as Defendant's Exhibit number 3. Ask you if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is the document that I have given on my own free will.
Look at the back page there. Do you see your signature?
Yes, sir.
That's your signature?
Yes, sir.
And this document was made approximately, well, exactly on December 15th of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna give you that document in case you need to refer to it, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So when you talk to the prosecutors in the district attorney's office, it wasn't these two prosecutors, correct?
No, sir.
Different prosecutors, okay. And you went in with Ms. Kramer and you told them a story, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's talk about what you said to the district attorney's office. It was probably, besides assistant, do you see on the third page, does it say, the last page, does it say Lauren Glasscock, assistant district attorney?
My reading's not too good. If
Actually, it's not on that document there, okay. But there's an investigator's signature at the bottom, correct?
below mine, yes, correct.
An investigator, Daniel Gonzalez with the DA's office. Sound correct? Very bottom of third page.
This.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Does it say Daniel Gonzalez?
It looks like it. Can't really tell by the handwriting, but yes.
Okay. Now, you said you woke up around 2:30 in the afternoon that day, correct?
Yes.
This was a Monday, February 21st, 2022 was a Monday. Why weren't you in school at Edison High School that day?
I was at an alternative school.
You're in an alternative school?
Yes, sir.
Why were you at an alternative school?
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't know why you left Edison High School to an alternative school?
I don't remember why.
All right. Why weren't you at the alternative school on Monday, a school day?
They do early release and you get out of school way before the actual other school districts. So you would leave earlier, but you would get there early in the morning.
Okay, so what time did you leave school that day, the alternative school?
I don't remember.
Roughly noon?
Like 12, maybe 1. I'm not too sure.
And in your statement, you admit that before you woke up from your nap at 2:30, an hour earlier, you had a conversation on Instagram with a direct message about buying weed, correct?
Excuse me?
Did you not have a conversation with somebody on Instagram about buying weed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by weed, we obviously mean marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know how that person got a hold of you because they reached out to you about buying marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told them they wanted to buy a lot of weed, but you only had 10 grams, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that true? Did you only have 10 grams?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the marijuana that was recovered from the front seat of the green Suburban was actually 20 grams, not 10?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. Did you not weigh your marijuana before you sold it?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't have scales or anything?
No,
Just kind of winged it?
they just gave it away.
I don't think that's how you're supposed to
So-
do it, sir.
Mr. Ortiz, you live directly behind the Beer King convenience store, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you went out your front door, correct?
Yes, sir.
You went to the Beer King in the front to wait for, I guess, somebody to contact you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You took your gun with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had found a gun where? At Kenwood Park?
Yes, sir.
About how much time before?
Say roughly a month or two before then.
In your statement, you say 2 months before.
I-
You-
Yeah,
And you thought it was gonna be cool to carry a gun.
I thought it was cool. Yes, but clearly it's not at all.
So you got to the store. And you waited there for about a minute or two easily, correct?
I believe so, or less.
Did you know who was gonna show up, what color car they were gonna show up in? If they were gonna be in a car?
I did not know the car. I just got called over to the vehicle.
Okay. So you go over to the green Suburban, you go up to the window and you said that everybody had guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna break that down a bit. First of all, did you recognize anybody in that car?
No, sir.
Okay, did you eventually recognize somebody in that car?
The driver, yes.
You recognize the driver.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
That driver, we all know now is Joshua Mejia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you recognize the driver?
His picture was on the social media.
The direct message from Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you knew you were having a conversation with Joshua Mejia.
Yes, sir.
He was the one saying, I want to buy weed from you. And you're like, well, I got 10 grams. I'll meet you at a certain time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you went up to the window, did Joshua Mejia, the driver, have a gun?
They all had firearms.
Okay. They all had firearms. Is that what your statement is?
Yes, they all had firearms.
And how do you know that?
They were all pointed at me when I got to the front passenger door.
Okay, let's go through a few things. The people in the back seat,
Yes, sir.
there's at least, I think you said there's 5 or 6 people total in the car. We know now that there was only 3 people in the back seat. All right, you're saying all 3 of them had guns?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
Because they were pointing it at me, sir.
Okay, if they're pointing guns at you, and we're talking about. Yeah, can you see this, or do you need glasses or anything?
No, I can see perfectly.
Okay. Obviously, this is the passenger side. You're standing right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if they're in the back seat pointing guns at you, well, all their guns are essentially pointing at Oscar Martinez's head, the front passenger, correct?
No, sir.
How is that?
Because on the side of the passenger seat, they were reaching out like towards the window. Then one of them was like in the middle of the truck.
So are you saying that? You tell me, or the jury here. The guy in the back seat here,
Yes, sir.
okay? Keep your voice.
Excuse me,
Yes,
counsel,
sir.
just 1 second.
What's happening, Judge?
Just give us one moment.
As he goes over stuff with his attorney.
So, Mr. Ortiz, are you seeing the backseat passenger closest to the passenger door here? He put his gun almost out of the window, the front driver's side window?
It was,
How do you explain it?
they were in the back. Oscar was right here. Two of
Sorry,
them.
if you could keep your voice up, please.
I'm sorry. Does this one work?
There you go.
Sorry. They had the guns, so you could see better view. There's a gap in between the seats and the frame.
Okay.
Two of them had the guns right there. The other guy that was in the back had it from the middle console, kind of facing out. Joshua was right here, had a gun facing me. Oscar had a long rifle out, but the barrel was on the door frame facing my chest.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about that. With this rifle, which is State's Exhibit 39A, you said that Oscar was had this pointing at your chest, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it pointing out the window?
He had the front piece on the window frame right here.
Okay.
So it's pointing at my chest.
Do you recall in the video that the glass wasn't all the way rolled down? It was about 2 or 3 inches. It was still there.
It would
And if the video says different,
roll down, sir.
if the video says different, is that video incorrect?
I'm not saying that, sir.
Okay. So you said that Oscar had this, did he have it here on his side? Did he have it in his lap? Did he have it pointed at you?
Pointed just like how you had in slant.
Okay. And being in the passenger seat, there's no other way of doing it. Being in the passenger seat, if the truck windows, here, a little bit lower than where you're at. He'd have to put his right hand on the trigger, kind of hold it like this. Would that be right?
He had it. If you want to use this as an example for the window,
Sure.
you could go ahead and place the top piece right here. And I'm standing
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like this.
Okay.
And they all have their guns facing me.
All right. Now, would it surprise you, Mr. Ortiz, that only 3 guns were ever recovered from the car? And there's 3 people in the back seat. One is the driver. So somebody didn't have a gun. Would that surprise you?
That was,
Okay.
I saw all of them with the firearm.
Okay. And that particular gun I showed you, State's Exhibit 39A, I believe the number was, didn't have a clip in it at all.
At the moment, I didn't realize that. I was just scared for my life. I didn't know what to do. I listened to what they wanted. Whatever they wanted, I just gave it up.
You said in your statement that you went up to the window and that Oscar Martinez made the statement, "Give me everything you got."
Yes, sir.
The next sentence in your statement says, everybody said, "Give me everything you got." All of them said it.
He said it. Guy in the back says, "Give me those shoes." So they were all demanding things from me, and I was scared that they were going to shoot me. So I was.
Okay. In your statement, you first say that Oscar said, "Give me everything you got." Your next sentence is, and I'll be very specific with you. Says here, the front seat passenger said, give me everything you got, okay? I was scared of being shot and left to die there. I raised my hands. All of them kept yelling to give me everything I had. So everybody was making the statement, give us this, give us that, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, we could see you throw what we would imagine is the marijuana bag into the car,
yes.
correct? And the guy, you testified already, the guy in the middle back said, you know, take your shoes off or something like that, correct?
It was one of them, yes. I just heard them saying, give me your shoes. So I started taking off my shoes.
Your statement says someone from the back said, let me have those shoes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Oscar Martinez didn't ask for your shoes, correct?
But he demanded me to give everything and all of the rest of them.
Listen to my question. My question is, somebody from the back seat said, let me have those shoes.
Yes, sir.
And you complied.
Yes, sir.
Oscar Martinez did not say, let me have those shoes. No. Also, when you're at the window next to the front passenger seat, there was a certain point where they were asking these things and you make a motion to kind of open up your jacket to show that you had a gun as well, correct?
No, they demanded the jacket as well.
Well, hold on a second. Right now, you told us that you had a gun hidden in your waistband and it was covered by your jacket,
Yes, sir.
right? And at a certain point, you open up your jacket a bit to show that you've got a gun too, just so that they know, right?
No,
No, that's not correct.
that is not correct.
Okay, so when
Hello, Sarah. How you doing today? I hope you are doing well. It is very, very good to see you. Gabby, there are a lot of young men out there these days that have this haircut. I don't get it. I thought that went out like in, is that the 80s, 70s, 80s and beyond before? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But I see it everywhere with these young people. Like, stop it. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. Ah, I'm just, as an older person, just trust me on this one.
when did they see your gun?
Right when the guy asked, let me get his jacket as well. So I was gonna unzip it and give it to them as well.
Okay, and that's when,
That's when one of them said, give me, the guy that had got down with the firearm said, give me that too. And he was talking about the firearm.
okay,
I'd rather see the mullet, honestly. Probably because I grew up with.
now did Oscar Martinez tell the kid in the back seat to get out?
No, sir.
Did he order him to use his gun on you?
I don't think so.
Oscar did not do anything to cause the kid who got out of the back seat to get out of the SUV. Correct? That's not in your statement.
I don't know.
Okay, do you remember anything about Oscar's telling the kid in the back, hey, go get him, or anything?
No.
No. So as far as you know, the kid who got out on his own, he pulled the gun on you on his own. That was his idea, correct?
Yes.
That's the person we know is Christopher Mejia, who got out with the gun in hand.
Yes.
Okay. So the driver is Joshua Mejia. Okay. And he had pointed a gun at you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear? And it's one point you say that the driver, let me find it. Okay, So Christopher Mejia gets out, there's a struggle about the gun. And he's pointing the gun at you, he's trying to get your gun. And you put in your statement that the driver said, just shoot him, right?
Yes, sir, I heard that.
So that would be Joshua Mejia saying, just shoot him.
Mhm.
Did you hear Oscar Martinez say, just shoot him?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you hear Oscar Martinez make any statement about to tell anyone to do anything to you?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Now, you said you took a step back and that it was Christopher Mejia who took a shot at you first and then you shot at him.
He had the gun toward me and I moved it, then I heard a shot fired and I returned fire.
Okay.
It's
Now,
cool.
there's no evidence to show that he shot at you first or vice versa. Okay. So we have to go by your word that he's the one who shot first, not you. Correct?
Can you rephrase that?
It's only your good word that he shot at you first versus you shooting at him. Right?
I'm not following can you break it down for me, please, a little bit
You
more?
want the jury to believe that Christopher Mejia shot at you first, correct?
I don't want them to believe that. That's what I'm telling y'all.
So in December of 2022, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 4. Ask you if you recognize that document.
I do not recognize this.
Let me show you the last page. You recognize your signature on defense exhibit number 4.
That is my signature.
Okay. And looking,
What is this?
it's 3 pages. You remember going to the district attorney's office and signing this document in mid-December of 2022?
I don't remember this.
Do you remember going to the district attorney's office in December of 2022?
I'm not really good with dates.
Mr. Ortiz, I'm not asking you to remember an exact date. You're charged with capital murder, killing 2 people, and you don't remember going to the district attorney's office with your attorney and having a whole session, writing out this statement and coming to this agreement?
I do recall this, but I
Why is it so difficult to answer my question?
don't really remember this, sir. I'm telling you the truth.
This defendant's exhibit number 4 is a proffer agreement between you and the state of Texas. That's what it says on the title, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And in here, there's an agreement that you will cooperate with the district attorney's office with any type of testimony you give against other people, correct?
Testimony means,
Testimony is what you're doing right now.
yes.
So you agreed to come back to court and testify in court against anybody who was in the green Suburban.
Yes.
Okay.
Sarah, he's old enough to know what testimony is. I mean, what in the world are we teaching our kids in school? Nothing? I mean, I don't even have a problem with it. He had to go to an alternative school. I don't care. That's fine. Do what you need to do to get through school. So he was, at the time of this incident, he was 17. It happened in 2022. And he went to make a drug deal. They, allegedly tried to rob him. And there was 3 juveniles and I guess 4 juveniles, because the other one was 17. A 14-year-old gets out of the SUV, comes around the back of the SUV, pointing a weapon at him, allegedly firing at him. He returns fire, unalives that 14-year-old, and then a stray bullet goes into another house where a 66-year-old man is making lunch and unalives him. He was charged with capital unaliving, and they dismissed the charges. This kid here, who was 19 at the time, so he's 21 now, they're charging him with the unaliving of the kid that got out of the car and the unaliving of the neighbor, the guy across the street, the innocent bystander. But this dude walked. And there's already another person who didn't fire. Well, this guy didn't fire any weapons. I don't know about the other guy. I don't know that he fired anything. He pled and he's serving 20 years. And this guy's out. That's why he's going after him so hard about what did you do at the district attorney's office? How did you get out of a capital unaliving? Because that's life. I mean, it's just blowing my mind. And they're going to take a break here in just 1 second because the juror is going to raise their hand, I believe.
And you knew that reaching this agreement was going to be good for you, correct?
I just wanted to release this, that I can't hold it no more. I just need to talk about it.
You just need to talk about it. Let's go back a second. The shooting happens. We saw you take off running, okay? You go into the alley, you start running, you supposedly took off your jacket and left it in the alley, right?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, was that near the back of your house?
It was right before I had crossed the street.
Okay, so somewhere near your house, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it surprise you to know the police looked all over that neighborhood, didn't find any jacket at all?
They did not find the jacket.
Did not find a jacket.
I didn't have my jacket. I left it there.
Okay. So you go, you run away down 2 city blocks all the way to the railroad tracks, which is a good distance.
Yes, sir.
Then you jog your way back to your house, jump the fence. We know this because there's surveillance video on your home.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you jump the fence to go back into your home, and then you literally went to the window inside your home and saw the crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you could see Christopher Mejia dead on the floor, and you saw a bunch of police, you saw ambulances, you saw fire trucks, you saw a huge crowd of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was in your house at that time?
Me, my girlfriend, and her little brother.
Okay, and what did you tell your girlfriend?
I just didn't tell her anything.
Okay, I mean, she must have made some type of, told you something about, there's all these police outside the house.
Yeah,
Did you have any comment about that?
I was just too scared. I couldn't even talk.
Okay,
I was nervous.
okay, did you tell your girlfriend that you were involved in that shooting?
Told her later on down the line, yes.
What's down the line?
I believe the next day.
Next day.
Yes, sir.
So essentially you lied to Jaylyn, your girlfriend, there on that day of the shooting,
Sir.
okay? Her little brother, Harley, must have been what, 7, 8 years old?
I don't know his age.
Okay. Young kid, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was seen on surveillance video outside the home, right where the shooting was at, correct?
Yeah.
Do you know?
No.
Let's talk about, once again, as you're going down the alley, as you're running away, you throw the gun, according to you, into somebody's backyard.
Yes, to my right hand side, yes.
Now, you had gone back to the house, you see the crime scene, you see all the police and the firefighters and everything that has gone on. At some point, you took that.
I was just panicking. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, well, I mean, you were running because you didn't want to be the police to come find you, correct?
I just didn't know what to say or.
My question is, you didn't want the police to find you, right?
No, I just didn't know what to do.
Okay, so later on that night, the police had talked to your parents or your mother, and you went down to the San Antonio Police Department down here on Nueva Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you talked to Detective Mark Morales, or a detective, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't cooperate with him, did
Sarah, sorry, I thought this break was coming up. Oh, we got a little bit. I do believe that he did make a deal to testify, but even so, you should not walk. The charges should not have been dismissed against him. That's mind-blowing. Again, I don't understand. Give him a sentence that he can get out, but he should have something. If these guys are going to have something. Oh no. I don't even know. Okay. George, you've been cheating on me with Judge Wolf this morning. I saw he was in session. We might have to have a chat later. Unless you have info on Haley Brown for me. I need some Haley Brown info. Dang it, Haley Brown. All right, that is an acceptable answer. I will accept it. It's like, don't make me go find Clyde. Gotta be getting pretty ripe right now. By now. I might need to mail him somewhere.
you?
I was too scared.
Once again, you're too scared, okay?
I didn't know what to do or say. But yes, I was there and downtown talking to a detective.
And you talked to Detective Morales and you said, I'm Jerry Ortiz. I was there at the Beer King. I was hanging out in front. And otherwise, you didn't give any details about what occurred, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then you asked Detective to leave,
yes,
and he let you leave, right?
yes, sir.
About the next day or the day after that, you were arrested for capital murder at that point with a warrant,
Yes, sir.
okay? In that 3 months that you were in jail, you never talked to the police again, correct?
Just the cops in the jail, but no one else, no cops from out here.
You never talked to the police about any relevant facts to the shooting, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, and then you started coming to court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you had Ms. Kramer as your attorney, right?
Yes, yes,
Then you had discussions with her, as you should. And then eventually you went to the DA's office in December, signed this proffer agreement where it basically says you'll testify and it's in your favor to do this, correct?
yes, sir.
And then next month in January, you get a dismissal of your capital murder case, correct?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, we're going to offer defense exhibit number 4 into evidence and defendant's exhibit number 3.
Any objection?
No objection for defense 4.
All right, defendant's exhibit number 4 is admitted without objection.
Yeah, I don't know, Sarah.
Change to defense number 3 either.
All
As long
right,
as
then
he
defense
doesn't-
exhibit number 3 is also admitted without objection.
As long as he doesn't just flat out lie, I think he would probably be okay. But I don't
Now-
know where they draw that line.
Let's be very clear. When you wrote this statement in defendant's exhibit number 3, you talked with an investigator and a prosecutor. You told them what happened according to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Your lawyer was there with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then they typed up what you said and asked you to look at defendant's exhibit number 3, your statement, and said, you know, is there anything wrong? Is there anything corrections need to be made, correct?
Yes.
In fact, there was one correction where you said the passenger window was open all the way and you signed your initials for that change, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you knew you had to blame the individuals in the green Suburban, right? And get the heat off of you, correct?
Excuse me.
It's December of 2023. You're at the district attorney's office. You've been charged with capital murder. You know it was to your benefit to blame everyone else in the green Suburban versus to get the heat off of you, the blame off of you, correct? What part don't you understand?
I don't know really how to answer that question.
You knew when you went to the district attorney's office that you were trying to make your criminal case much better for yourself, correct?
Well,
You were trying to get a good resolution.
Well, no, I'm gonna object. He was gonna answer, Judge.
All right, you can answer the question.
no.
So why were you going to the district attorney's office? To help them prosecute you?
I'm sorry. I don't really understand. Can you just use like smaller words for me, please?
Now, the police searched your home later that night of the shooting, found a 40 caliber handgun there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that belongs to what's your mother's name?
Sandy.
Cynthia Hernandez?
Yes.
So that was your mother's gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that the 40 caliber handgun that you used during the shooting?
No.
It wasn't? Okay. And that handgun, why'd you get rid of it in the first place when you threw it into somebody's backyard?
I didn't know what to do with it. And I was just panicking. I didn't want it. Just at that moment, I didn't know what to do.
Did you think it would be a bad idea if the police found you and you had a 40 caliber handgun on you? Did
Yeah.
you think that would be a bad idea for you?
Yes.
Yeah. So you wanted to get rid of the evidence, correct?
I'm not trying to get rid of it. I didn't want it. I just didn't want it.
In your statement, let's go back to being there at the passenger window, okay?
Yes, sir.
You stated that the driver had a pistol, correct?
Yes, sir.
That everybody in the back seat had pistols,
Yes, sir.
and that they pulled the top part back, making a clicking sound on their guns, meaning they were loading the guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this guy about to throw up? Is he one of those? There was a show or something that anytime the person got nervous, they threw up. I don't remember what I was watching, but it was ridiculous. And he reminds me of that. He looks like he's about to puke. I hope he doesn't, because that would be gross. But he has drank so much water, he's going to float out of there unless he throws it all up. Something is wrong with him. And I understand. He's nervous. So I understand his kind of, being a little back and forth on the answers to the questions. I understand that. I don't believe that he did not know that he needed to get rid of that weapon. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe he's that ignorant of things. That he's trying to play this thing now. I'm not buying it. And please don't throw up, sir.
And you'll agree with me that all of them were pointing their guns very close to Oscar Martinez's head, right?
Besides him, yes.
And when you told this story, I mean, your statement made in December is roughly 10 months after the shooting occurred, correct?
Think so, yes.
Roughly. Okay. And you hadn't talked to anybody else before then and given any statement to anyone else before December of 2023?
No. No.
You never saw, after Christopher Mejia gets out of the car, out of the Suburban, you never saw Oscar Martinez fire any weapons at you, correct?
I don't know, cause I just took cover and I just started shooting, so I didn't want to peek or
Sure.
expose myself.
Here's my question. You did not see Oscar Martinez fire a gun at you, correct?
Like I said, I didn't know how far cover.
So the answer is no, you didn't, you don't know if Oscar Martinez fired a gun.
Yes, I don't know.
Thank you. You never heard Oscar Martinez tell the juveniles in the back seat to get out and get you, right?
No,
Okay. You never heard Oscar Martinez tell anyone to fire their guns at you.
not that I'm aware of, no.
If you were aware of, you would have put it in your statement, right?
I would, yes, if I had that information, yes.
And you didn't know what discussions happened in the green Suburban right before they drove up, right? Because you weren't in the green Suburban.
No, sir, I don't know. And attentions were.
Where's your cell phone from that day? I'm assuming you were doing the Instagram on your cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you turn that cell phone over to the police?
No, sir.
Okay, why not?
My mom had a phone.
Okay, so in December, did you have the phone to turn over to the DA's office or to the SAPD?
No, sir.
You didn't have the phone.
No, sir.
Where did the phone go?
My mom had it.
Okay, did anybody ask your mother for the phone?
No, sir.
Nobody asked for it.
No, sir.
So we can't confirm exactly what happened in that Instagram post without your phone, right?
Okay, so this must be when, although the state is the one that said it about the investigator not being great, the defense echoed that statement in his opening. This must be where that comes in at, because wouldn't it be getting somebody's cell phone be like the first thing you did? I can't believe they've never got it.
We had the video and it shows what had happened.
I'm talking about the Instagram messaging.
Oh, no.
You know, the person who you agreed to sell marijuana to was Joshua Mejia, the driver, right?
Yes, I recognize him from
Okay.
the picture, yes.
You recognize him from his Instagram profile, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't talk to the police at the scene, we know that. The police came for you, you were gone at your home, you took off. Eventually you went to talk to the detective downtown, but you didn't give any information. All right. And you know that when you went to the district attorney's office and did this proffer agreement, that anything is better than a capital murder
I'm gonna
charge.
object to counsel just testifying. What question?
All right, that'll be sustained.
Well, essentially, you needed to blame everyone else except yourself, correct?
I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm not trying to point fingers.
Do you understand that in this deal, was it explained to you, if you remember, if you mess up this deal, that you could face charges of perjury or charges of obstruction of justice or charges of making a false statement or false declaration. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand those are misdemeanors punishable up to 1 year in the Bear County Jail?
I did not know them, and how I did.
Okay, so if you're lying to this jury here, the worst thing the DA's office can do to you is give you up to 1 year in jail. You understand that?
Now I do, yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that 1 year in the Bear County Jail is a lot better than capital murder charges, correct?
Yes,
There you go,
I
Sarah.
don't get where you're going with this question.
Let me tell you, no matter how you cut it, you were dealing drugs that day. Marijuana is a drug, okay? It's illegal. All right, you chose to sell those drugs that day when you weren't at alternative school. All right. And let's make sure we can agree on some of this. You chose to take your 40 caliber handgun to this transaction, right? We know that. Okay. There's no doubt at all that you shot and killed Christopher Mejia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way that Oscar Martinez killed Christopher Mejia?
I don't know. No,
Well, you know you killed Christopher Mejia.
no, sir.
You don't know that?
No, I answered your question.
Okay. And there's no doubt at all that you shot, after the first time you shot at Christopher Mejia, you shot at least another 10 times, according to your statement, bullets in that direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we know, once again,
I didn't realize he
this
shot
is a convenience
in
store,
house.
right? Here's the dumpster. I don't know if you can see that.
No, we
I
cannot.
see.
Enrique Bocanegra's house is across the street. All right. We know that all the bullets that were fired near the dumpster going this way were your bullets, right? There's no way in the world that any bullets that came from anyone in this car went this way, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the bullets from here would have gone this way into the convenience store or towards you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Something is off about him, Sarah. I will agree with you. I don't know what it is.
So there's no doubt at all that Oscar Martinez did not kill Enrique Bocanegra, correct?
Correct.
Keep it down, kid. You're fighting it hard. Please don't throw up.
So, Mr. Ortiz, we know that you killed 2 people, which you were charged with capital murder for, okay? Capital murder can be up to the death penalty when you kill 2 people, all right? And you ultimately, in January of 2023, walked away a free man by blaming everybody else for your actions, correct?
I'm not blaming no one.
Well, you are. You're blaming the people in the green Suburban, correct? Is that correct?
I'm not blaming no one.
Okay. You went to this drug transaction yourself, correct?
Yes,
It
sir.
was a voluntary action on your part.
And I'm gonna object to ask answered.
Sustained.
So in the end, you got away with murder, right?
I'm gonna objection that calls for a legal conclusion.
All right, sustained.
You killed 2 people. and you have no further charges against you, correct? It's not a hard question.
Yes.
It is when you're about to
I'll pass
throw
the
up.
witness.
State. I'm gonna take defense exhibit 4. So I'm gonna read straight from them. Paragraph 4. And you just read along and say whether or not I'm reading it correctly, okay? Defendant is not being offered transactional immunity from prosecution for the aforementioned criminal episode. Is that correct? Did I read it correctly?
Yes, sir.
So, do you know what that means?
Really, my vocabulary is not too good.
Again, I'll just cut it down. Defendant is not being offered immunity from prosecution. So we didn't. Doesn't that sound like to you like we didn't offer to drop the charges in exchange for your testimony? Is that correct? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that it was a bit of a mischaracterization there.
He doesn't know.
Jerry, how familiar are you with your holidays? Do you know when Christmas is?
No.
Oh, come on.
What about Valentine's Day? Or would it surprise you that February 21st of 2022, that was President's Day?
I didn't even know that.
Now,
I'm not even good with my months. I don't even know the order. That I'm being real with you.
well, were you aware that that's a federal holiday? So you wouldn't have had school, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Well, maybe in Texas, I can tell you, we had school on President's Day because it was a snow makeup day. So if we had, which was stupid because it was February and it could snow a lot between February and April. And then, so yeah, sometimes we went to school on President's Day a lot. My kids hardly ever had that day off. So whatever. Maybe Texas, they always get it off. But please, don't tell me you don't know what day Christmas is on or Valentine's Day. I'll give you President's Day because there's probably a lot of people that don't know that one. But I'm not buying. I'm not buying it. And why else would the state drop the charges on him if they didn't want his testimony? I'm not buying it. Hey, Sharon. Thank you. I am glad you are here. This trial's got me frustrated right at the moment. I hope things are well in Baltimore. You're probably hot. Yeah. Like, you're probably getting the heat we had and still kind of have. It's broke a little bit, but I think it's heading your guys' way. But yeah, this guy, I don't know. What's your guys' take on him? Because does he really not know these things? I don't know. I'm trying to be nice because I don't want to be insultive. I don't want to insult him. I'm not trying to do that. But even little kids know when Christmas is. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder what Judge Boyd's thinking. If I could get in that mind of hers.
I don't know. Yes.
And it's okay if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Now, you testified repeatedly that Oscar was the first person from that car to say anything to you.
Yes.
What did he say?
Give me everything you got.
And you testified with defense that the others in the car
I'm trying to
said the
not.
same thing.
Yes.
So they were all saying the same thing together.
Yes.
And they all had guns that pointed at you together.
Yes.
And saying Oscar had this gun, right?
Yes, sir.
He had it pointed at you.
Yes, for my chest. Yes.
Does this look real?
That's the real.
And how long were you looking at this?
At that moment, just like a split second, I was just paying attention to what they wanted.
And you had never had a gun pointed at you, had you?
No, sir.
So you were panicking.
Yes, I was nervous.
And so to you, it looked real.
Yes, sir.
It still does now.
Yes, sir.
So are they saying he didn't even have a real one with him? Not him, but one of the other kids in the SUV. Don't do it. Don't do it. Sit up, sir. George, it's sad. Like, this is so sad. These guys are all screwed. I mean, he's going to be affected for the rest of his life just because he didn't had all his charges
I'm
dropped.
showing
He
you what's
doesn't be
the
in
contents
prison.
of State's Exhibit number 40.
Still messed up.
Now, this is a handgun, right?
Yes, sir.
And so that clicking sound you heard, was it what I just did? Does
Yes.
that make sense that you would have heard that?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with guns, Jerry?
Not really.
Are you familiar that this is what's called putting one in the chamber?
Well, now, yeah.
And you're saying all of the people in that car were pointing guns at you, including Oscar.
Yes, sir.
So so they were acting together. Were they?
Yes, sir.
And they all made the same demands.
Yes.
Sorry.
And would you shot your gun if no one had pointed a gun at you?
No, sir. I would have let him.
On the video, you didn't pull your gun immediately. Did you? You didn't try and rob them, did you?
No, sir.
Did you point the gun at them and say, "Give me everything you have"?
No, sir. I was frozen. I didn't know what to do.
And so you agree, Oscar didn't pull the trigger of the gun that killed Enrique Bocanegra, right?
No, sir.
But Oscar was the first person in that car to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Oscar was the first person to point a gun at you.
But they all did at the same time.
So they all acted together.
Yes, at the same time.
Were you there to sell your shoes, Jerry?
No.
Why'd you end up taking them off?
Someone in the back wanted them.
Sometimes they're funnier to read that way.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 26. Do you see this?
Yes, sir.
What's in this photo?
My pairs of shoes.
So these are your shoes.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize what's in them?
My shoes.
Would it surprise you, Jerry, that these shoes were found in that Tahoe?
That does not surprise me.
So your shoes ended up in the vehicle that was involved in this case.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Ortiz,
I can't with you
in
two.
the video, we can see when you went up to that passenger window, you were there for a couple of seconds before you make a motion to throw in bag of marijuana. What was the conversation that was being had for those couple of seconds?
I was frozen at that moment. They already had the guns on me. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to run. I thought I was gonna get shot. So when they asked me for everything, I was just stuck there.
Who was everybody asking you for everything?
Oscar was the first one. Then they all just did it together and they're like, give me this and give me that. And, yeah,
You gave this statement to the district attorney's office. It was 10 months after things had occurred, correct?
basically, yes.
And when you gave that statement, it seems like you have a little bit of trouble understanding questions here and there, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And isn't it very possible that somebody, well, there were multiple people in the car. There's 5 people in the car. Isn't it possible that you got the detail wrong of Oscar telling you first that give me everything you got and then everybody else said that as well?
they
Or
all
did you
said,
just incorporate that in your mind?
no. They all said it. He said it, then they all said it, and they all slipped their guns to the back. And then that's when, you know,
Mhm. So when there's a delay of a couple of seconds before you throw the marijuana inside the Suburban, that conversation is what? I mean, they're saying right away, give me everything you got,
yes, and I'm back up at that.
and you're just frozen there? You don't move for 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds?
I didn't know what to do.
They're telling you what to do, right?
You're demanding it, but I was scared.
Because the guy in the back seat is saying, give me everything you got. At least all of them are, right?
Everyone,
Okay, and then the guy in the back seat's like, give us your shoes, right? That wasn't Oscar Martinez, it was the guy in the back.
guy in the back that wanted to shoot, yes.
And the driver, he was pointing his gun at you and he was saying, give me whatever.
They all said yes.
And you said everybody had weapons, right?
Yes, sir.
And yet only 3 weapons were recovered. 3 actual firearms were recovered. So there was a 4th person that didn't have a weapon. So are you sure when you tell this jury, every single person had something that looked like a firearm in their hands pointed at you? Are you telling your jury that's correct?
Yes, sir.
When the police didn't find up to 5 weapons, they found 3 that were actual firearms and 1 that was that toy rifle. There's a missing weapon. How do you account for that?
Well, I was just scared.
You weren't scared.
I'm trying to just give them all the information and everything that they ask for, I'm giving and providing.
And that's right. And you, when you're scared, you might not remember everything perfectly, right?
There's a possibility, yes, there is a chance for that, yes.
Yeah. So there might have been one person who didn't have a weapon pointed at you, correct?
I remember a lot of it space.
A lot of weapons is fine,
Yes,
but can you testify to this jury that every single person had a weapon pointed at you?
I just saw barrels.
Okay? So not necessarily everybody had a weapon, but mostly everybody had a weapon.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Because it's a confusing situation, right?
Yes.
At the time, your heart is racing. You might not get every detail correct, right? That it took 10 months later for you to give this statement. Are you telling this jury that this statement is completely accurate? There's no way that anything could be wrong here.
I did my best for everything, to remember everything.
When you gave this statement in December of 2023, mid-December, and signed this proffer agreement, which is Defendants Exhibits 3 and 4, 2 weeks later, you walked out of the courthouse with your capital murder charges dismissed. I'd call that a sweetheart deal, wouldn't I?
I'm gonna object. That's calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I mean,
You walked away with capital murder charges dismissed. 2 weeks after you signed these documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Were you defending yourself on that day?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Ortiz, you're a drug dealer at the time making a transaction for illegal marijuana. You set it up, you took your 40 caliber gun with
Object
you.
to testimony.
All right, let me finish hearing the question.
You took your 40 caliber gun, you know you're doing an illegal act, and now you want this jury to believe that you deserve the benefit of self-defense?
Just defending myself.
I can't hear you.
I was just defending myself.
Do you think drug dealers should be able to defend themselves?
I'm not saying that.
Pass the witness.
Nothing from safe.
All right, is this witness excused?
I'm gonna keep him on call, Your Honor.
All right, you're subject to recall. Make sure you're available if either party wishes to recall you. You may step down.
Me?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a break. And I'll have Deputy Laura come get you.
Me? No, the person sitting next to you. Dude, you got a sweetheart deal. Adair, I agree with you. Sucks as a witness. But good enough to get all the charges dropped. Good enough to not have to be life in prison. Good enough for that. And sorry, if I crunched in your guys' ear earlier, I'm sorry. I thought I had muted myself. I'm eating some white cheddar Cheez-Its because I'm hungry. Also, it's almost time. It's almost 2. Hopefully Bree's at the doctor and then we get an update. All right, so they kind of
You
chat
when we're
here
ready to bring you back, okay?
for a second about this.
Remember my previous
witness.
instructions. All right, everyone please rise for the jurors.
And this witness is a minor, so we will not see them at all. And their attorney is there as well, I believe. Because so when his attorney comes in, apparently whoever this witness is was refusing to testify and then apparently has agreed to testify, and all the attorney says, and that's unless he's changed his mind in the last 5 minutes again. So we'll have to figure out who it is once they get up on the stand. I'll fast forward after they have their little chat.
We need to take up the presence of the jury. So we'll take up this hearing and then I'll give you a break. Are you okay with that? All right, is the next witness you're all calling Mr. Porter's client?
It wasn't gonna be
Oh.
the next witness, Judge, but I know that
I heard what she said now. Mr. Porter's client. Got it. Because it's Mr. Martinez. I wrote it down. Who was in the van? I just keep on calling van. Who was in the SUV? I don't know. Don't worry about me. Lord, I need some help. Don't answer, any of you.
said what you said earlier.
Yes.
I'm running in front of the court, just got a text from Bob, went out, talked to him, and he was going to testify now.
Okay.
All right, so he will testify now.
Yes, I haven't talked to him in the last 3 minutes, but 5 minutes ago, you should.
All right, so state, are you calling Mr. Porter's witness?
All right, she muted herself. I know you do, Gabby. I appreciate it. You know. All right, so I did not, because it was kind of hard to hear, Mr. Porter's client. Now I got it. So he is still a minor. I'm not sure of his age. He had to be 15 or so. Maybe then 14, 15, maybe 13. There's been a lot of ages kind of thrown around when I went to look for news about this. And like I said earlier, because they're minors, there's not a lot of accurate information out there on them because people don't want to put it out there, which is fine. I get it. I thought that was Brie. I had a text message. I thought it was Brie. It was not Brie. It's Carmen. Just as exciting. George, just know that I'm going to go pick up Clyde, Slim Tom, and Big Chunky. I'm going to mail them. Mail them out. They ought to be good and ripe. Actually, I don't know if there's anything left of Big Chunky. But Clyde's fresh from this morning.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls Jerry Martinez.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up for members of the jury and for the court reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, his attorney is Robert Porter, and that is the person to his left. State, you may proceed.
Jeremy, make sure to speak into the microphone and speak clearly, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and if you'll state your name for the record.
Jerry Martinez,
All right, state.
How old are you, Jeremy?
15,
Back in 2022, how old were you?
13.
Carmen. Carmen, that is so fitting. I'm sorry if it hadn't been such a weird day so far. Ah, that's so funny. Also, if I can use it, I may just be like demand, hell, you, everyone, now. You know who you are. Get going. Thanks for making me laugh. That was hilarious. And George, I'll just tell you, it was a good day to be Wonder Woman. Yes, Gabby, we knew we'd get one from you. We're waiting for an update from Bree, Carmen. She should be at the doctor as we speak. He was in surgery. She was supposed to have her appointment already. So hopefully the surgery wrapped up because I'm sorry, we need an update. So hurry up, surgery.
Who are your brothers?
Christopher Mejia, and Joshua Mejia.
Do you have any other brothers?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
Alex Mejia, Jonathan Mejia, Baby Mejia.
Are you the youngest brother?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2022, how old was Christopher?
14.
What about Juan?
Just to check,
14,
Carmen.
15,
What about Joshua?
17.
Now, did you all live together?
Yes, sir.
And do you know someone by the name of Oscar Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Oscar here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
You know, point to him and identify him by an article of clothing.
Wearing a black jacket and a white shirt.
And just make sure you point towards him.
No
Let the record reflect
relation.
that the witnesses identified Oscar Martinez, and you're good, Jeremy. Thank you.
Between Jeremy Martinez and Oscar Martinez.
So,
There's
Jeremy, I'm going to take you back to February 21st of 2022. Now, were you friends with Oscar Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Well, was he your friend or was he your brother's friend?
All of us.
And can you repeat that? Speaking of
All of us.
Thank you. And how did you meet Oscar?
I don't remember.
Had you known Oscar for a long time before February 21st of 2022?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this point, I can't hear the witness. He needs to get to the closer to the
All right,
microphone.
you need to speak up so that all parties
Hello?
can hear you. All right.
We can hear you, but make sure you speak into the microphone, okay? So how
Hello.
long had you known Oscar?
How are you today? I hope your Monday is going so well and that you aren't sweltering. See what I did there? Also, this almost is like a Friday stream. If you've ever seen one of those. So
I don't remember.
everyone's been warmed. Oops.
Well, we know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to push play. Also, what is wrong with these witnesses? They don't know anything. They don't. They don't know anything. I don't get it. Thank you. You too. Oh, Gabby, thanks. The amount of information these people don't know to be doing the things they were doing to end up where they did, is just astonishing. No, we are waiting. She is at the doctor right now for a check. So we are waiting for an update. So we don't know yet. She was supposed to have an appointment at 1, but the doctor was in surgery. So Gabby picked today. George picked Thursday. So we are waiting. We are waiting. So we should be getting, actually, let me make sure. All right. She's at the office now, waiting to get checked. I have the text. She is there. She's probably listening like, what the heck? It's going to be more exciting than these people that are testifying because I don't know. I don't get it. I really, truly am not getting this. Oh, thank you, Tammy. I am excited. Very excited. We're all getting excited. And Bree is just done. She is done being pregnant, and Brandon is done with her being pregnant. You're writing Bree an eviction notice. Oh. Yeah, Carmen picked the 30th. Which is my brother's birthday. Carmen's uncle. So that'd be okay. George, you picked my anniversary. Oh, yep, I have you on the 29th. Sorry. All right. Back to the riveting testimony of I don't know when Christmas is, Valentine's. And what certain words mean, I guess. Which I don't know what certain words mean, so that's fine. But also, the guy did not puke on the stand, and I really thought he was going to. So hats off to him for that. And a big thank you.
No, for a little minute. What? I don't remember. Oh, we known him for a little long time.
Now, did you hang out with Oscar a lot?
I didn't.
Who hung out with Oscar?
My brothers.
Would they let you hang out?
No,
Do you know why?
no,
And
He's not old
did you
enough.
do any drugs with Oscar?
no.
Now,
Not
on
old enough.
February 21st of 2022, was Oscar at your home?
Yes,
Did he stay the night?
yes.
How often did Oscar do that?
Mm, whenever he wanted.
Did you do it a lot?
Yeah,
And on that day, did Oscar tell you and your brothers anything?
no,
Did he ever mention wanting to go see someone?
no.
Did he ever say he wanted to go meet with someone?
I don't remember.
Did he ever say whether or not he wanted to buy drugs from someone?
I don't remember.
Did you and your brothers ever go somewhere with Oscar?
Yeah,
Now, do you remember where was everyone sitting in the car? Well, let me backtrack. What type of car were you guys in?
green suburban.
Who was the driver?
Joshua Mejia,
Who was the passenger?
Oscar Martinez,
Where were you sitting?
in the back,
Where in the back?
in the middle.
Now, you're sitting in the middle. Who's to your right?
Which way? This way, this way.
So the right.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What did you say?
This way, this way.
Okay.
Sure. And here, Your Honor, may I do that tonight? Here's a model of a Suburban. Now, you said you were sitting in the middle.
Yes, sir.
And remember, speak up. with me.
Yes, sir.
Who is sitting here?
Christopher Mejia.
And that would be the back passenger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then who is sitting to your left?
My brother Juan.
So is your brother Juan?
Oh, yes.
Now, did you know where you were going?
I don't remember. Oh, do I know?
Did you know?
No,
Did anyone tell you?
no,
Did Oscar ever mention what you were going to do when you got there?
no.
Did he mention that he was going to meet with somebody?
Yeah,
Well, who was he supposed to meet up with?
some person.
Did you know their name?
No,
Why was he going to meet up with this person?
buy weed.
Now, you said Oscar said to buy weed.
No, yeah,
So which one is it?
to buy weed.
Now, is that all Oscar said?
Yes,
So when you went there, did Oscar ever say anything else about going?
Object to leading at this point, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What else did Oscar say about meeting this person?
I don't remember.
Now, do you remember, were there any guns in the car when you went to go meet this person?
I didn't see none.
But did you later find out that there were guns in the car?
Yes,
Now, do you remember, was it a convenience store that you were going to?
yes,
And did you ever meet with someone?
I didn't.
Did someone ever approach the car you were all in?
Yes,
And where did they go when they approached the car?
passenger window,
Front or back?
front,
And when they went there, who was talking to him?
Oscar,
Now, I said him. Did you remember, was this person that you guys met a man or a woman?
a man.
And what did Oscar say to this person?
I don't remember.
Did Oscar ever pull a firearm?
Yes,
Now, do you remember what type of firearm he pulled?
no,
Now, once Oscar pulled out this firearm, did he say anything?
I don't remember.
Did anyone ever ask this person for the shoes they were wearing?
Yes,
Who asked?
Oscar,
And did Oscar take the shoes from this person?
no.
What happened?
He gave him up.
So the person gave the shoes to Oscar.
Yeah,
Did anyone ever get out of your car?
yes,
Who got out?
Christopher.
Now, did you know that Christopher had a gun when he got out?
No,
But did you find that out later?
yes,
After Christopher got out of the car, what happened?
shots got let off.
Did you see who was shooting?
No,
Did you ever see whether Oscar was shooting?
yeah, he was. But I heard him coming from the passenger side because my head was down.
So did you ever see Oscar?
All right, I don't know. I was not there. It feels like, though, hey, here's a deal for you, because so he got all charges dismissed against him as well. I understand he was very, very young, but he was still there. So if it's bad for Oscar to be there, and it was bad for Josh, who's in prison for 20 years, to be there, but it wasn't bad for the last witness to be there, and it wasn't as bad, I guess, for this guy to be there. It just feels like they all got a deal to blame Oscar. Like, you come in and blame Oscar, you can walk. Okay. Also, I don't remember. I do remember. In the same, I don't remember, no, yes, no, I don't know, all in the same sentence. That's not good. It doesn't make you credible. And I get it, you're a child. But you either do or you don't. I mean, if he can't handle the state's questions, he's going to crumble under that defense attorney, and it's going to look terrible.
Oscar shoot?
No. I'm sorry, hear the last answer?
Could you repeat the last answer?
What?
Could you repeat the answer that you just gave?
Oh, that I heard him from the passenger side, but my head was down.
So did you see Oscar shoot?
Yes.
So earlier you said that your head was down and you didn't see
Yeah,
him.
but before I put my head down, I seen him.
So you did see him.
Yeah.
Now, did you keep your head down the entire time?
Yes.
When did you get out of the car?
After I stopped hearing gunshots,
What did you do when you got out of the car?
I went to Chris.
And how was your brother at that time?
What do you mean?
Was he moving?
No.
Were you worried?
Yes.
Did you try and help Chris?
Yes.
How did you try and help him?
I took my shirt off and put it on his face where the blood was coming from.
Now, you get out of the vehicle. Did anyone else get out of that vehicle?
I don't remember.
Did you ever see anyone back in that vehicle? Did anyone get back in that car?
I don't remember seeing anybody get out.
So you don't remember seeing anyone get out?
After I got out, no.
So when you went back to that vehicle, what was Oscar doing after the shooting?
He was in the passenger side,
Front or back?
front.
What was he? A judge.
Yes.
May I excuse the restroom?
Sure. All right, everyone, we're going to take a brief break. Remember my instructions. Thank you.
I agree, George. I mean, none of this sits well with me, because I don't believe this kid. And I get he's a kid. I get he's nervous. I get he was 13 at the time. I understand all that. I'm not trying to be harsh on him, but I don't believe him. It's too convenient. Oscar did everything. Your brother got out of the car. Your 14-year-old brother got out of the car, walked around with the weapon, and pointed it at that guy. And now he's not here. How about that? How about him? Yes. Yep. I hate it. For me, just treat everybody the same. If you don't have it, you don't have it. If it's okay for some, then it's okay for the rest that were there. That this guy, oh my gosh. I wonder why they want him so bad. I guess I fast forward and stop talking. But like, wonder what it is that they want him so bad for. Like, I doubt he had some big long rap sheet. I mean, dang, he was young too. He was an actual adult at the time, but he's still young. I'm just gonna let that play because she just starts talking before she brings herself back. I mean, it just sucks. I hate it. Hate it, hate it. I will say, when I listened to opening statements, I really thought, like, this is gonna be really interesting. But now I just really kind of feel like this guy's getting
Did
railroaded.
you or your brothers ever try and leave? What about Oscar?
Yeah,
What did he do?
hop in the back at the driver's seat, saying let's go,
Why didn't you leave with Oscar?
cause my brother was on the floor.
So did Oscar try to leave after that?
Wait, what do you mean?
After you guys said no, did you
Oh.
try and leave?
No,
What was Oscar doing?
he got out the car.
Now, did you ever see any of the guns that were in that car
Wait,
after the shooting?
yes,
Who had the guns?
Oscar.
Now, did anyone ever try and take the guns away from the car?
What?
Did anyone grab the guns
Oh,
and take them away from the car?
I don't remember.
Did you do that?
No,
Did Oscar?
no,
What about Josh?
no,
Chris was on the ground.
yes,
So who else was in that car?
Juan,
Did Juan ever take the guns away from the car?
think so, yes.
And can you repeat that?
Yes, I think so,
Did Oscar ever ask you to get rid of the guns?
yes,
And you didn't do it?
no,
Pass a witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is gonna be probably
Mr. Martinez, I'm gonna show you what's been pre-marked as defendant's exhibit number 6. So the drawing of the Suburban. All right. Earlier you testified that Joshua was in the front seat, driver.
yes,
Oscar Martinez is in the passenger seat.
yes,
You're in the middle in the back, Jeremy. That's you.
yes,
Christopher was to your right.
yes,
How old was Christopher at the time?
14,
And your brother Juan was to your left, correct?
yeah,
How old was Juan at the time?
15,
15? And you were 13?
yes,
And how old was Christopher? I'm sorry?
14,
14. All right. So does that fairly and accurately depict where everybody was seated in the green Suburban?
yeah,
This time, Your Honor, we're going to offer defendant's exhibit number 6 into evidence, tender to the state for any objection.
No objection.
All right, defense exhibit number 6 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish to the jury.
Granted.
This way the jury doesn't have to memorize where everybody's at. Now, when the shooting happened, you were placed into cuffs by the police, correct?
yes,
You were taken to juvenile, correct?
yes,
You were charged with capital murder.
yes,
How long were you in juvenile?
6 to 8 months.
And what ultimately happened to your case?
It got dismissed,
Got dismissed.
yes,
And you have an attorney here today, Mr. Porter. Was he the attorney on your juvenile?
no,
Okay. You remember who that attorney was?
yes,
Who was it?
Monica Guerrero,
Okay. So this account, the story that you're giving to the jury here, the first time anybody's heard about it since, I guess yesterday was the first time you came forward, correct?
yes,
Okay. You talked to these prosecutors over here yesterday?
yes,
And you had Mr. Porter with you, correct?
yes,
Now, Joshua, Juan, Christopher, they're all your brothers, right?
yes,
Okay, you have no relation to Oscar, correct?
no,
And on the day of the shooting, you were at your home, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you what happened that morning there at your home. Do you remember what happened?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember, okay? Do you recall telling your attorney and the prosecutors that there was some type of discussion about Oscar saying we should rob this guy? You remember that?
Oh, yeah,
Now you remember it?
yeah.
Okay? And when that happened, what did you say about that?
I wasn't around, but I heard.
What do you mean you heard?
I heard it. He said it out loud. I heard it. But I was by it, but I wasn't in their conversation.
Okay, so you heard Oscar say that? That's what you're
Yeah.
saying? Okay, and then what did your brother say about that?
I don't remember.
Well, you told the prosecutors yesterday that you said and your brother said, no, we're not gonna rob a guy, right?
Yeah.
Why can't you remember what you told the prosecutors yesterday?
I just don't remember.
You also told the prosecutors that in this this morning meeting, that somehow Oscar said, okay, let's just get the pot from Jerry. I guess whoever's selling the marijuana, correct?
Yes,
Okay. But you don't remember that today.
I do. Since you brought it up, now I do.
Well, how do you not remember it from 10 minutes ago when the prosecutor was asking you?
Because I just don't remember, but I remember now because you brought it up.
So you got into that green Suburban belongs to your mother, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the driver was Joshua.
yes.
You remember what you were doing on the way over to the convenience store that day of the shooting?
No,
You remember what you all were doing inside the green Suburban as you drove from your home to go eventually buy this marijuana?
no, I don't remember.
You have no idea. Do you have any memory of the drive from your house to Mariposa and Blanco?
No.
You remember Oscar being on his phone?
I don't remember.
Yesterday, you told the prosecutors you think Oscar was texting on his phone to the guy who was gonna
Yeah,
buy the marijuana.
Yeah, when we was there.
Yesterday, you told the prosecutors on the way there, Oscar was on the phone texting, you think, to the guy who was gonna sell the marijuana.
No, I don't
Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, you told the prosecutors that yesterday.
I don't remember telling them.
So you're taking back, Oscar was not texting the drug dealer guy.
Not when we were going, but when we got there, yeah.
Okay, so when you got there at Mariposa and Blanco, that's when Oscar was texting?
Yeah,
And how do you know who he was texting?
because he was kept looking up.
So you know who he was texting by looking up?
Yeah, he kept looking at that person's direction.
Okay, and did you know what was gonna happen when you got to Mariposa and Blanco?
No,
You had no idea.
no,
Okay, do you know why you were going to Mariposa and Blanco?
no, I just went for the ride.
Okay, and did you make any inquiry to anybody in the car going, why are we going, where are we going?
No, I was on my phone.
You're just going for a ride.
Yeah,
Okay. Were you in school that day?
no,
Why not?
I think it was a holiday.
And you told the prosecutors yesterday, and you told this jury today, you didn't know anybody had a gun in that car.
Right,
And you want the jury to believe that.
yeah,
You know ultimately how many weapons were in that car or anything that looked like a weapon?
No.
You don't have any idea.
no,
Sir, there were 3 firearms in the green Suburban. Then there was a black toy gun or toy rifle, I should say. You don't remember that.
no,
You have no memory of that.
no.
Were you on drugs at the time? Were you
No.
taking drugs?
No,
Were you sick?
no,
How do you not remember?
because it was a long time ago, 2 years ago.
So the day that your brother died,
Oh, I remember that.
you don't remember the details of what happened.
No,
Yes, Adair, he did in January. So this happened February 22. In January 23, they gave him a deal 2 weeks after he signed paper green to testify for the state. This kid that's on the stand, he was in the truck. He was in the SUV of the people that were allegedly going to rob this other kid. And he was arrested and charged with capital unaliving at 13. All his charges were dismissed, as well as against against Juan, because Christopher is no longer with us from his stupidity, and Josh is in jail for 20 years. So I'm not sure. It's like you hear them say, you have to come in with clean hands, and none of them did. So I don't know why some get charged and some aren't getting charged, because none of them came in with clean hands at all. They were all doing something illegal, and it ended badly. So they all should get charged, or none of them get charged. My opinion, I'm not an attorney. Just so y'all know, in case you forgot.
You said that Oscar pulled a gun. What kind of gun was it?
like a black gun.
Sorry?
A black gun.
A black gun. What kind of gun? A handgun?
Yeah,
It was a handgun.
yeah,
Are you sure of that?
yes.
Okay, and a handgun looks like a handgun, right? Was it a Glock? Was it a,
I don't remember.
you don't remember exactly what kind it was?
Pistol, yeah,
It was a pistol. Are you sure of that?
yes,
So when you tell this jury that Oscar had a pistol in his hand, you're very confident of that.
yes, I was there.
Okay, 100%. You know that.
I was there.
And then, did you see your brother Joshua, the driver, have a gun?
No,
You never saw him have a gun.
no,
Okay, did you ever see your brother shoot a gun in the car or outside the Suburban? Inside the Suburban or outside the Suburban?
no,
All right. Where's your brother Joshua right now?
jail,
Prison.
You know exactly where in jail?
no. How am I gonna know?
Okay. Well, I mean, do you know if his case was resolved?
I don't know. what
Did he
that
get
means.
sentenced?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know what his sentence was?
yes,
It was for prison time, right?
yeah.
Okay. If your brother didn't shoot a gun, why would he be in prison?
Is someone saying another story?
So somebody's lying about your brother Joshua?
Yes,
Okay. You said that Jerry was shooting up the car. Jerry, you didn't know the person who we now know as Jerry Ortiz, right?
yeah.
You did not know him.
No, I didn't know him.
Okay. So he was shooting up the car and you put your head down and just stayed back there, right?
Yes,
Okay. But yet you know that Oscar was shooting a pistol.
yes.
Was he shooting the pistol from inside the car or outside?
I'm inside the car.
From inside, he was shooting pistol.
Yeah,
You know, when a pistol gets fired, there's a casing that comes out.
yes.
Okay. Do you know how guns work?
No, but I'm pretty sure that's what happens.
Okay. I mean, you've seen at least TV and movies, you know that with a pistol, a casing will come out.
Yeah,
Okay. Would it surprise you that there were no casings on Oscar's part of the vehicle?
because he took him out.
Because he took them out.
Yep,
What does that mean?
he took the shells out.
Oh, when did he do that?
I got out the car and then I went back to the car. That's what he was doing,
Uh-huh. What was Oscar doing?
taking the shells out the car,
What part of the car?
the passenger side.
So he was taking the time to take the shells out. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. And what was he doing with the shells?
I think throwing them on the floor.
On the floor.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. And why do you think he was doing that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
Okay. And then you also stated you said that Oscar asked for the shoes, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And did anybody from the back seat, either Christopher, you, or Juan, ask for the shoes?
no,
So nobody in the back seat asked for the shoes.
no,
Okay. Would it surprise you if Jerry Ortiz says you, Jeremy Martinez, asked for the shoes specifically?
no. I didn't do. I ain't asked for no
Oops.
shoes.
Okay. What did you say? Did you join in and say, hey, Jerry's at the window? You pulled up, Jerry's at the window. You say Oscar pulled out his gun, a pistol. Did anybody in the back seat say, hey, give us all your stuff or something like that?
No,
Okay. Did Joshua, the driver, say, give us all your stuff?
no, I don't remember.
Well, do you remember or?
No,
So did Joshua, your brother, in the driver's seat say, give us your stuff?
no,
And your brother Joshua never pointed a gun?
no.
Did he have a gun?
I don't know.
Did you see him have a gun?
No,
Did Christopher have a gun?
no, I didn't see.
You didn't see him have a .40 caliber Glock.
No,
You had no idea.
no,
What about Juan? Did he have a gun?
Convenient.
So nobody in the backseat had a gun,
no.
but you knew it.
Nobody he just named had that he said no to about having a weapon are his brothers. It's convenient. Christopher had one because he got out and used it.
of.
No, I didn't know.
Okay. And what about, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit
Everything was Oscar. None of them were doing
number 39A. You recognize this?
Yes,
How do you know this?
because it was in the trunk.
I didn't think I
It was in the
did.
very back of the Suburban?
Yes.
Was it ever in the front of the vehicle?
No,
Was it ever in the back seat of the vehicle with you, Christopher, or Juan?
no.
So that weapon was found in the back of the Suburban.
Yeah, in the trunk.
Are you sure of that?
Yeah, that's where I seen it at.
Okay, and when did you see that weapon in the back of the Suburban?
Where he left.
Before you left. Okay. And
My bad. Sorry.
you said that your brother Christopher got out. When did you realize he had a gun?
I never realized. Yeah, I just heard. I never realized he had a gun.
Okay. You saw that Christopher got out of the Suburban, right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you holding the door for him?
Thanks.
No, I don't remember. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
You were sitting next to him, right?
Yes.
And if we look at the video, will we see your face just as soon as Christopher comes out of that back passenger side?
You said, will you see my face?
Yeah, will we see your face?
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't think so? You don't think we'll see your face getting close to almost moving out of the vehicle?
No.
You said you don't remember anybody getting out of the car besides Christopher.
Yeah.
And then Oscar's picking up shell casings and throwing them out. Okay. And did Oscar ever, eventually there were guns found, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see Oscar pick up those guns?
Yes.
And how many guns did he pick up?
3.
3. And what happened? When he picked them up, what happened?
He tried to give them to me, and I said no. And then he just threw them on the back seat.
He threw them on the back seat? Okay. And where did those guns go?
I don't know. I went back to Chris.
Okay. And did you know that your brother Juan went and put those guns in a blue recycle bin?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't know that? You didn't see that?
I've seen it, but I didn't know he did it.
What do you mean you saw it?
But I didn't know he threw guns in there.
How do you know there were guns in the blue recycle bin?
Y'all were telling me.
But you didn't see Juan put them in the recycle bin?
No,
Did you see Oscar on his phone there at the scene?
yes,
Did you see him almost about to vomit?
no.
You didn't.
She's fighting it hard. I thought she was writing something. But she's fighting sleep really, really hard. Oh, I feel your pain. I feel your pain, Judge Boyd.
See that?
No.
Do you know who Oscar was talking to on the phone?
Yeah,
Who?
his mom.
His mom? Okay. And how did you know that?
I think he said he was gonna call her.
Let's go back to, I don't know, I remember if I had a good answer from you. You said you thought Oscar was texting the drug dealer, and you know that because you kept looking up.
Yeah,
Okay, is there any other reason a person can text and look up at the same time and not be texting a drug dealer?
I mean, they're both looking at the same way. Guessing they're texting each other if they're looking at each other.
Okay, was Joshua looking?
No, I don't remember. I don't think so.
What do you think Joshua was doing when you guys were there at the convenience store area?
I don't know.
Was Oscar telling Joshua where to go?
Yes,
He was.
yes.
That's the first time we've ever heard of that. So now that's a pretty important detail that you didn't tell the prosecutors or your attorney, correct?
They never asked.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that's important to tell them?
You know,
I can't hear you.
We have not seen you forever. How are you? I'm sorry that you came in with Gabby and Carmen's little back and forth they're having. I hope you are well. It's been a long time. Wow. I again, yes, I'm so sorry. They are children sometimes. Yeah, they didn't even notice. I think Gabby still hasn't noticed. She's going to notice now because she's going to hear me. It's really good to see you. I, again, hope you are doing well.
they
Speak up.
didn't ask me.
They didn't ask you.
Oh, you don't know. I mean, you might know. I don't know if you've watched anything on replay, but we are well, we're waiting for an update from my daughter-in-law because she's pregnant and due any day with my very first grandchild. And so it's granddaughter. So we are waiting to get an update from her. She's at the doctor right now. So we are all super excited. Gabby picked today for her to be born. And George, he lost on Friday, so he's now picked Thursday. So yeah, we are all super excited. And we're just waiting for an update. So I'm hoping that she gives us one here soon. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very excited. Thursday's child. George, I used to be, I think, a show, maybe it was like a local news thing called Wednesday's Child. And it was a little news thing about a child that was up for adoption. It was sad all the time. You just want to take them all. I am excited. Gabby, I wondered how long it was going to take you. In song language, Carmen? It wasn't just, okay, I'm pushing play. And now everything's broken. Okay, I was like, there's sound. We're not muted.
When you were there at the scene, you were put in the handcuffs by the police, right? They were detaining you.
Yes,
Did you have anything on you that the police found?
I don't remember.
You don't remember them pulling out a bag of marijuana or weed out of your pocket?
No,
You don't remember that.
no.
He was 13. Dang it.
Remember talking to an officer De Leon who searched you and pulled out a bag of weed out of your pocket.
No, I don't remember.
So what you're telling this jury essentially is Oscar came up with a plan to rob a drug dealer guy or whatever he had. You, Christopher, Juan, and Joshua were in disagreement with that plan, correct?
Yeah,
And you and your brothers didn't want to participate in that plan, right?
yeah.
You and your brothers didn't have guns on you.
Not that I know. I didn't have a gun.
Eventually, did you know any of your brothers to have a gun on them?
No,
Now that it's 2.5 years later, do you know that Christopher had a gun on him?
yeah,
And how do you know that? Because we're telling you?
yeah,
Okay. Did you see your brother get shot in the face?
yes,
And did you see your brother struggling with Jerry Ortiz have a gun in his hand?
yes.
30 seconds ago, you told me you never saw or knew that Christopher had a gun.
No.
Which one is it?
What?
Did your brother have a gun that you saw?
No, I seen them fighting over a gun, but I didn't know it was his. They both had their hands on it.
Tell us that. What did you see when they were struggling over a gun?
Both of their hands on the gun, and they were fighting over it.
Okay, did your brother Christopher have two hands on the drug dealer's gun?
Uh,
Did he have one hand on the drug dealer's gun?
I don't know. I don't
Did-
remember.
Carmen, this kid on the stand right now was 13. The one that they're talking about asking if he was fighting for the weapon with Jerry was 14. Jerry was 17. The guy on trial was 19. The guy in prison was 17. And then I think there was another 14-year-old. So that's so funny. Or about called you. Oh, Gabby, that's so funny. I about called you AJ. Lord. Yeah. So yes, absolutely tragic. So the driver of the SUV is in prison, 20 years. He took a plea deal, as far as I can tell. The guy, the 14-year-old Christopher that they're talking about right now, he's done. He's passed away. Jerry, who they went there to allegedly rob, unalived him. Jerry also fired 10 more rounds and unalived a person across the street who was at his home making lunch. So the guy on the stand and Jerry and Juan all had charges dropped against them. Then, like I said, Josh is in prison and they're trying to send this guy to prison. This guy here didn't fire a single round, not one. Absolutely. That's what George said. They were all doing wrong. All of them. They all went there with wrong intentions. And it's sad because the last guy on the stand either was sedated or is just, I mean, of course it messed him up, but he didn't even know what day Christmas was on. He's 19 now. Oh yeah, a dare. They absolutely succeeded. Like, I don't know. It's just sad. And this kid, I get, like I keep saying, I know he's only 15. I know it, I know it, I know it. But the defense has caught him. You either know or you don't know. And he's changed his answer so many times. I don't believe him on who he knew had a weapon. I don't believe him. Because he didn't put a weapon in any of his brother's hands. He only put a weapon in Oscar's hands. And Oscar was the only one not related to somebody in that vehicle. And that's just too convenient for me.
You just told us a second ago, you did see eventually
Yeah,
that Christopher,
both hands,
listen
bro.
to my question. Eventually you saw that Christopher had a gun in his hand.
I agree.
Okay. So we can agree that Christopher had a gun.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. And you want this jury to believe though that your brother, Joshua, the driver, never had a gun,
Yeah.
never fired a gun.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there's evidence that, not only video evidence, but there's physical evidence and testimony that your brother fired his weapon multiple times, your brother Joshua, the driver, fired a weapon, are you disagreeing with that?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Nothing from safe.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, just make sure you're available if either party wishes to recall you.
Oh,
I'm sorry, yes?
Judge, I do have some additional questions for him, very briefly.
All right,
Whoops.
Can I proceed?
yes.
Well, I agree with you because they all brought a weapon to what was supposed to be an illegal substance deal. And it just went horribly south. Absolutely. And men especially are really good about if like duking it out and then walking away friends. Us women can be a little bit harder about it generally. If we come to blows, we're going to stay away. We don't become friends later because we just are that way sometimes. But men are better about it. You fight it out and walk away, take your hands and walk away. Yes. We can be. We can be. Hey, yep. Let's see what few questions he has left because we're about to we're about to the end.
Show you Mr. Martinez, defendant's exhibit number 5. You recognize your signature on that document?
Yeah.
You signed that document yesterday.
Yeah.
There's other signatures there from your attorney, correct?
Yeah.
And your mother.
Yeah.
And and you understand what this is. What is this? Okay,
No, it's not.
looking at the top, does that refresh your memory? It says immunity agreement.
Oh, hmm.
So you signed this document yesterday. We're gonna offer defendant's exhibit number 5, tender to the state for any
No
objection.
objections.
All right, defense exhibit number 5 is admitted without objection.
Mr. Martinez, you signed an immunity agreement yesterday with the district attorney's office to testify, correct?
Yeah.
And do you know what immunity means in general? Meaning you not gonna get into trouble if you testify?
Yeah.
You recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're 15 years old right now?
Yeah.
And if you were to mess up on your immunity agreement, most you're facing is a misdemeanor as a juvenile. Do you understand that?
Yes.
We have
I have no
enough.
further questions, Your Honor.
State, Judge, free for you direct.
All right. She probably will come in to chat and tell us. So if she does, pretend you don't know. So she's 37 weeks, 6 days today. So she said basically had her 38-week appointment. Madison is measuring right where she should be or needs to be. Her heart rate was 137 again this week. She's 1.5 centimeters dilated, 70% effaced. Plan is next week, if I don't have much progress, then they will strip membranes, which could help accelerate things. So sorry, Gabby. I don't think it's going to be you. But I will say this about Carmen, who was 10 days late. They did that to me to accelerate things, and it didn't do jack. Yes, more waiting, more waiting. You do have another day coming up. So, but all is well. One of you said something I was going to. Oh, Adair, you said fight with fists. It doesn't happen anymore. It does, but it seems like it happens when it's very unfair, like 10 on one and then 20 people taking video of it. It's not the same. I'm not advocating for fighting, just so you know, YouTube would never do that. But it's not the same. They don't. You know, when people used to meet after school or whatever. Yeah, I thought Carmen was going to be. It was a full moon, and I didn't think I was in labor, but I was just having Braxton Hicks, but my boss freaked out and made me go to the hospital. Absolutely, George. And we just get into our feelings too much. Like, you know, just, oh, you hurt my feelings. Okay, well, some things do hurt your feelings. That's fine. But not everything hurts your feelings. No, you were not born on a full moon, Carmen. And not everything needs to hurt your feelings. Or you don't need to feel anything about some ways. Some things there are some things in life that don't need your feelings at all. It doesn't really matter how you feel about it. It just is. Oopsies. Well, of course, Gabby. Carmen, I'm not. No. Yes. There was a fight. There was a fight at my school. I didn't know about it. Maybe I had graduated before I found out about it. It was a huge fight between two girls over a guy, of course. I mean, this thing was planned in front of the school, I think on a weekend. And I mean, it sounded like something straight out of a movie with all the people that showed up. I was fine not being there. I don't like to watch that. UFC fighting, I'm okay with. Just like regular fighting, I don't like to hear the sound. I don't like it. So yeah, crazy. They did not walk away friends. She, the one I didn't think was going to walked away with the guy. Actually ended up getting married to him. Because the other one, she just cleaned everybody's clock if you looked at him wrong. She actually beat him up in the lunchroom. She put his head through the sneeze guard, when you go to get your trays. It's not funny. It's not funny because it was actually really violent, but yeah. Probably did, Carmen. You probably you probably actually did. I believe ya.
When was that agreement reached? When did you sign that?
Yesterday,
When's the first time you talked to anyone from the DA's office?
yesterday,
You've never talked before that point,
no,
and your case got dismissed even though you weren't going to talk here.
my case got dismissed even though I was gonna talk in.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
Did your case get dismissed
Oh, yes,
without an agreement to testify?
yeah,
Do you want to testify? Yes or no?
no.
Can you explain, can
Yes,
you explain to me what's a snitch?
Me?
somebody that tells on another person,
Is that a good or bad thing?
bad thing.
Do you want to be a snitch?
No.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Martinez, did you want to help your brother Joshua, who's in prison, with his case by telling that Oscar's the real bad person and you and your brothers are the innocent ones? Did you come forward to tell your story in Joshua's case?
What do you mean?
Did you offer to talk to anybody associated with Joshua, your brother, who was in jail and eventually he's going to prison? Did you offer to come forward with this wonderful information that says your brother's innocent of the charges? It's Oscar who's the mastermind here.
You say, did I talk to him?
Yeah, did you talk to him? Did you talk to any lawyers or anybody?
No,
Did you talk to your mother about this case in the past 2.5 years?
no,
You didn't talk to your mother at all about the circumstances of this shooting.
no.
Your brother, Christopher Mejia, is dead on February 21st, 2022. And you're telling this jury you didn't talk to your mother about anything about the shooting?
No,
No further questions.
Not buying it.
So your brother took responsibility for his role?
who?
Joshua,
What do you mean?
you took a deal, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Nothing from the state.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez. A little while ago, you told this jury your brother's innocent, right?
Yeah,
But yet he took a deal. Right?
yeah, I signed that, yeah. You took it in.
Pass the witness.
Nothing from the state.
Nothing
right.
further, Judge.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. What that means is that you need to make sure that you're available if either party wishes to recall you. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down.
That was brutal.
Can I see the state and the defense, please?
That was brutal. I didn't find him credible at all. I don't know about you guys, but because it's hot out, Carmen, you can cook your food in it too. What am I doing? I'm distracted by mailboxes. Yeah, that I don't believe him. He didn't understand that he didn't answer it correctly about his brother being innocent, but go ahead and then taking a plea deal. I don't think his brother obviously got a very good plea deal if he's still serving 20 years and the others aren't serving any. Carmen, just make sure you're careful with it. We used to make sun tea all the time when I was growing up in Nebraska, and my aunt still makes it, and it's delicious. But they're always like, don't make it because of microbes and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's hot. I don't know what we are today. We are, I'll tell you in just 1 second. We're supposed to only be 86. It's 85, feels like 86. So we're a little lower than what we have been. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't, I know. I think it is. I think it's really good. Um, like I said, my aunt still makes it, and I went out there and I drank a ton of it and I lived. So they just say that there can be microbes or something in there. I don't know. A dare. You are silly. Wonder Woman. And a librarian. Whatever you guys said about me today. Oh, of course. Why wouldn't it? It's like it rained all, if it rained all weekend. You don't know what sun tea is? Gabby, you city girl. You get a big gallon jar and you put water in it and you put tea bags in it and you set it on your front porch or your back porch or wherever porch you have that gets sun on it all day, and it brews the tea for you. And it's delicious. Absolutely. George. Oh my goodness. You've never heard of sun tea either? What? Carmen. Shame. All right. I don't remember who this witness is, but they last a whole 2 minutes. No, like don't you guys like take breaks to drink tea during during the day? Yes, tea time. Like, isn't there an actual tea time? See, tea time over here is when what time do you got to go to be at the golf course? Yes. Remember back when we had immune systems? We were talking about that yesterday, about all the things that we did as kids. We were surprised we survived. That it just wasn't the smartest thing to do at all. And we are surprised we survived them. But we had fun. It wasn't like breaking the law or anything like that. Oh, I thought that said a Coke. I was like, you can have tea or a Coke? Or cake. I got it. Oh, a dare. Well, that was for a much different reason. That was for a sad reason that they had to come over here because they had to lay their son to rest. He was a deputy over in the neighboring county where Carmen worked, and he was killed in a car accident. Absolutely. Yes. You drank water from a garden hose. It tasted a little, weird, but it was great. It was good, and it was cold. And it was delicious, and we all survived. All right, Gabby, you did something. You drink, do you, I don't care. I'll drink from the hose. yeah, it was very sad. And his family had to come over from your neck of the woods there, George. I don't know which part of your woods, but they were from over there. It was very sad. I think he was racing to a call and didn't make it. Oh, yeah, because I forgot about that. But I am glad that I am so glad they let his family come over. That would have been awful and wrong to not do that. Okay, stop. All right. You guys have made my day. I will just say that. So let's see what this witness has to say for
Gentlemen,
2 full minutes.
both parties, at least the state is going to call one further witness. My understanding is that this should be a short witness, and that's what both parties are informing me of. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Cynthia Bocanegra, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is related. This person with that last name, she's related to the guy who was in the 66-year-old man who was in his kitchen making himself lunch and was hit by the stray round, for nicer way to put it, that was fired by the one witness that we called that had his charges dismissed.
All right,
can't
could you raise
imagine
your right hand
they're
for me,
happy
please?
about it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Cynthia Bocanegra.
All right, state.
Ms. Bocanegra, can you tell the jury what was your father's name
Enrique Bocanegra,
and where did he live when he was alive?
818 West Mariposa.
I'm going to
Yes.
show you what I've just marked as State's
Sorry.
Exhibit 53.
Oops.
Can you tell me what that is?
Oh,
Is that a picture of your father?
Yes.
And is that a picture of your father after he passed away?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer State's Exhibit 53.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibit number 53 is admitted without objection.
That's what it's, Your Honor.
Defense?
Ms. Bocanegra, I don't have any questions for you. You have my deepest condolences.
All right. You may step down. This witness excused.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Here, she is, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
that was that. Oh, that haircut. And they're everywhere. I see lots of young guys with that haircut. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Carmen, the lies you tell. Wow. They look like an alpaca. I said earlier, I'd rather see the mullet. I know they're coming back and it's fine, but I would rather see the mullet than see those bowl cuts. You know what they reminds me of? Um, do you guys, well, some of you are probably too young. I can look up a llama, Carmen. I'll look up alpacas. Do you guys remember that cult back in, I think it was from when we were going from 99 to 2000, and everybody thought the world was going to end in Y2K and all that stuff. And there was that Heaven's Gate cult that in California, and they all ate applesauce or pudding or whatever, and then covered themselves with the shroud, and they all had the same clothes and everything on. They all had the bowl haircuts. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. Crazy. You couldn't, like, they didn't want to, I think they were they going to catch the comet? Was the Hale-Bopp comet going by then? Or whatever that comet was called? There was a lot of weird things happening back then. I think they were trying to they were going to go catch a ride on the comet. I don't think it was it Haley's? I didn't think it was Haley's. I thought it was the Hale-Bopp. I don't know. I remember it was going by for a while. Like you could see it. We could see it clearly. It was pretty cool. Yeah. Like insane stuff. Insane stuff. They would not. You look like a members of Heaven's Gate. They'd probably like, thank you. Yeah, it was. I remember a coworker of mine was so freaked out by him. Like, we're in Indiana, they're in California. Don't eat applesauce or pudding from people you don't know. I guess you'll be fine. Like, we're fine. You're fine. You're here talking to me. We're at work. Yay. My goodness. I don't know what I said. I think I said coworker, but I could have. It was not a coworker. It was not. Even though I'm not convinced of his guilt. So leave that there. This has been a day. Well, no baby. I don't have a baby. I don't have a grandkid. It could have been that too. It could have been. I talked to her so much on the phone, her accent is just starting to rub off on me, Carmen. No. Actually, I think I went over to her house once and she was making her husband some Kool-Aid. Oh my goodness. I asked my husband the other day because we've been watching the series Billy the Kid. Yes, I know we are way behind on it. I think on Stars or whatever it's on. And so there's all these movies or shows or whatever about Billy the Kid. Yes, I should have told her not to do that. They're divorced now, so I guess that worked out. But they all kind of have the same kind of setup, but a little different, and some of them, Billy the Kid's really bad and evil, and some of them, he's just a misunderstood guy. And in this one, he's like a nice guy trying to do the right things all the time. It'll make you famous. And I asked my husband, I said, do you think, if the real Billy the Kid, who obviously existed at some point in time, do you think he can see, wherever he is out there, whatever you believe, do you think he can see all these things that have been made about him? And he's sitting there going, that never happened. Or, well, they got that one right. But I would say most of them are, that never happened. This did not happen that way. And I know I have a lot of weird thoughts, but it just made me wonder. Like, I wonder what he thinks about it. Which one of these were you? Were you this evil person? Were you this like super, I was really a nice guy and or the misunderstood one in the middle? Where were you? And did Pat Garrett unalive you? Or were you really the guy that they found that claimed to be him and you were still alive? Well, I'm glad I'm somebody's kind of person. These are thoughts I have. You guys wonder what I'm thinking? Well, now you don't. Okay, bye. You're like, I don't have to wonder anything anymore. You don't even have to wonder if I'm weird. The answer is yes. I am. I have been my entire life. So it's just the way it is. I will think about these things too. All right. Well, I don't have any. Let me make sure I don't have any other updates. I do not have any other updates. I love some people. Well, see, but then you'll be like me and you'll let some out a little bit at a time. As you drag people in and they get comfortable with you. You'll just be like, here's this little tidbit of weirdness. Enjoy. Yes, there's no doubt about it. Not a single doubt. So, all right, you guys, we will finish this up this week. Like I said, this trial happened last week, but we were busy with Andres Tarnava. I never can say his name right. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I have found a little bit of information on him, on maybe why it took him so long to come to trial. And I'll got to figure out when this guy's going to be sentenced. And I'm curious to see who is going to sentence him. No. Carmen, I will fly down there right now and you'll be in trouble. Carmen has a copperhead in her yard right now. She sent me a picture of it, and she better not go outside. Yes, it's on my page with the links there. I did. I updated everyone. Gabby was disappointed, but I updated everyone. So we're just waiting. Bree, there's like lots and lots of bumpy roads around here. Also, carefully, but you have stairs in your house. And my sister-in-law, that's what she did. And she had Matt that night. I was with her earlier that day. And she wasn't even due yet. She was just tired of being pregnant. Just, all she did was walk up and down the stairs in their apartment at that time. So there's a thought for you. You've also got some St. Bernards that will walk the property with you. Walk. And take a ride on bumpy road and maybe go on some steps. And I will not tell you the other thing to do because you already did that. That's why you're here where you are right now. Yep, just walk and walk. Well, maybe you'll be right there. Nobody picked tomorrow, so that'll probably be the day. I was trying to be nice. You know. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, after tomorrow, we have a person on every day till the 6th. The 6th is the latest date that we have. That includes labor. Oh, and deuces. I thought it said includes. I've never heard of those. Is that for real? No, Carmen, you go back to nights temporarily. You go back temporarily. She won't be as tired this time, Gabby, because she only lives 5 minutes from work, not an hour and a half each way. Brie does love sweets. She will go eat those cupcakes. Huh. All right. Well, we know what Brie is Googling. Also, as I do not give legal advice, I also don't give medical advice because I am neither a lawyer or a doctor. I am just me. I'm hoping it all works. Hoping it all works. Well, Gabby, I hope you don't go into labor. I'm sorry. Anyway, as I was saying, we will finish as long as I'm here. We will finish this trial this week. And then we'll see what's going on. It would be, yes, it would be surprising if you went into labor. It'd be a miracle. Call the news. Oh, and sell your story for lots and lots of money because you would deserve it. George. All right, you guys. On that note, I will, Maribel. Hello. We will do this. We will do the verdict on Friday. Is my plan, unless Bree goes in to labor, and then if for some reason that would be the only reason I can think of at this point to not be here. But we will do this. We did day 1 and 2 today, so we'll do. I gotta look. I don't know, but yes, it'll be. We will have it Friday. I have it. I have the verdict. Good, Mets. So yes, if you are here Friday, we will have it. Yeah, they went. I'm glad I didn't do this one live. I'll just say I'm glad we were busy because it went late, went super late into the night. You are welcome. I hope you will come back and watch the rest of it with us, or at least the verdict. The Discord. I don't know. It's on my page. It's on my main page. The link is on my page. Gabby usually posts the links. All right. Good. Thank you. We will. Friday streams, I can't promise you anything. We'll get done. We'll get through it, but it may be crazy. There it is. Thanks, Gabby. All right, guys, I'm going to go. I'll keep you all posted if something happens tomorrow before I see you again on Wednesday. I I will I'll let you guys know. I'll post a community note about it and let you know. And if you don't hear anything from me, I'll see you guys all Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we will pick up on this trial. Good Lord, I will see you guys later.